Hello, welcome to Philbert Flies and to this live lesson tutorial in the PMDG Boeing 777-300ER for Microsoft Flight Simulator, which is the most in-depth tutorial I've done to date. For those of you who haven't watched my live lesson tutorials before, the way they work is that I recreate a real-world flight with the help of an expert on the aircraft in question, who takes me through all the procedures needed to simulate the flight realistically. The aim is that by the end of the video, you'll know everything you need to know to fly the aircraft as it would be flown in the real world on 95% of the routes it operates. In this video, we additionally delve into certain non-normal procedures and checklists. We discuss Airbus and Boeing fly-by-wire logic, look at manual and auto step climbs, and experiment with the time compression and sim rate features of the aircraft. All of this as we simulate a real-world British Airways flight from London Heathrow to San Francisco. Needless to say, this level of depth makes for a pretty long video. But the good news is I've added chapters to make it very easy to skip forwards and backwards, so you need only watch the sections that are of interest to you. Also in the video description is the link to the SimBrief flight plan we used, which I'd highly recommend you load now if you wish to fly along. So with that housekeeping out the way, it's time to introduce our instructor for this flight, Eli, who is a real-world first officer on the 777. Eli, welcome to the channel. Thank you very much for joining us. And would you like to start by introducing yourself and telling us a little bit about your flying career to date?
Yes, of course, Philbert. Thank you for having me. As you've already said, my name is Eli. I fly the 777 for a living. I have been flight simming now for 20 odd years. I used to bang around in the Concorde back in FS 98 days and all of the glory of the simple simming back in the old days, and now we have this, which is just incredible. So really excited to be here and help out with this. My career has gone all over the place. I've flown small airplanes, big airplanes, and many things in between. So this is going to be a lot of fun. I can't promise that I'm going to be the world's perfect instructor. As with any good teacher, if they ever tell you that they know everything, you should fire them immediately. But I promise to you and your viewers that if I do have something that I come across that I'm not sure about, I will look it up for you, do my very best to get you the correct answer, not just whatever answer I feel like is probably close enough, good enough in my head. And yeah, that's about it. And beyond that, just forgive me in advance for all of my metric to imperial conversions. That's going to be my only kryptonite. But if that's the worst thing that happens, then I think we're doing great.
Absolutely. I'm sure it'll go swimmingly after enough takes. So let's get underway. We are here at Heathrow on stand 554, and we've selected one of the PMDG presets, the cold and dark with GPU preset. Now, if you've started with your engines running, to select that, you need to go to PMDG setup, state load, and next page, and it's here, cold dark GPU. And that's where we are to start off with. Once you've loaded your aircraft state, you'll want to set the weather to match ours, or you may want to set the weather to match ours. It's up to you. It's up to you whether you want to fly along exactly as we do it, or if you want to use live weather and do your own thing. But what I've done is I've selected the few clouds preset, and I have deleted the wind layer, which comes by default down here. And I've set the time to 13:30 local. We are planning on departing at 14:20. That's when the real flight leaves. But you can set whichever time you want. So here we are, a cold and dark aircraft with the ground power unit connected. What do we do, Eli?
All right, so typically speaking, this is going to be a somewhat atypical way that you arrive at this airplane. We're doing this for the purpose of repeatability, and so you can get every step under your belt. Most people in the sim boot up cold and dark every time. That's personally what I do, even though it's not necessarily the most realistic thing. But usually this airplane has been powered up by maintenance. It's maybe been towed onto the gate recently. These planes spend a little bit more time on the ground between legs than your average narrow-body aircraft. So first thing we got to do is just some basic checks around the flight deck. We can take a glance up at our overhead panel first off. Okay, so this is going to tell us a couple of things. First off, you can see that we have this center left, this electrical panel right here, okay? This runs
Yep.
all of your electrics. It's got our battery on it, and what we see is that we have external power. Now, this airplane has secondary and primary external power. Don't worry too terribly much about what's on what. I'm not really a bus memorization guy. Oh yeah, if you have this, then that's on that bus.
I think
Great
that's
if you know
healthy.
that, but yeah, but basically, you can end up with one or the other, but you really want both for the sake of simplicity. So before we turn on any power, we need to make sure that the airplane is not going to do anything we don't expect it to do, and could be
Right.
potentially dangerous to somebody else when we power it on. So batteries off. You've got these bus ties on the left-hand and right-hand side there. If you can see those in the middle of the panel, are both in auto.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so that's how you want it. That's a normal configuration. But our safety concerns are primarily the hydraulic panel directly to the right-hand side.
Okay.
That is as we would want it. All of the demand pumps are off, the electrical pumps are off. Those two on lights that you see are always on. Don't touch those. Those are your engine driven pumps. You don't want to be messing with those right now.
Right.
So
Okay.
that's all off. That's perfectly good. Everything else up here is okay. So let's look down at the center at your main, kind of pedestal area, your primary fascia panel there. So this is what you call your aisle stand.
Okay.
Everything here, you're not particularly worried about this. And then as we make our way up, flaps are retracted. Yes,
Yep.
beautiful. And then our landing gear lever is selected to down. Now, if that were up and we powered the airplane on, is the gear going to come up? No. There's many, many protections to ensure that we don't do that. But we're ready to power
Good.
this airplane on. So
Right.
look up there at the overhead panel and give that
Yes.
battery switch a press.
Okay.
Now, nothing really happens. Yeah, that's
Not a lot.
kind of you're going to get some lights. You don't really get a lot of any other inputs or indications that anything particularly exciting is happening. Let's
Right.
start with our primary external power and wag that on.
Oh yes.
Now it starts to come alive. We're starting to hear avionics cooling fans. We're going to start to hear stuff to start to wake up a little bit. Let's get the external secondary as well. Boom, 2 on light indications and we're good to go.
Good.
So these are kind of the basic steps to ensure that the airplane is safe to power on. So now let's take a look at our PFD, our flight displays and all that, just to see how everything is looking. This is accurate. This is good. So these panels take a little while to warm up. They take a minute to kind of power on and get the juice going and everything. The cool thing about this airplane that doesn't come from the 737, for those of you who are familiar with that aircraft already, as you are from your tutorial series on it,
Yeah.
a lot more is going on in the background of this plane. It's thinking about what it's doing a lot more. Your average
Right.
737 flight deck, the word auto appears about 10 times.
Mm-hmm.
On your 777 flight deck, and of course this is all depending on options, the word auto appears 22 times. So by that math, it's around twice as automated. So now that's not an accurate way to represent it, but there are a lot of automatic systems and there are a lot of redundancies and all
Right,
of that.
okay.
So there's a lot to think about in that regard. But
Yes.
while this is all kind of chewing on it, realistically, if we're being a good first officer or a good relief officer, or maybe you call it a bunkie or a backup pilot, whatever you want to call it,
Yep.
we could potentially take a step outside and get a glance at the airplane from the outside view.
Sounds good.
So let's take a wide angle first here. From an overview perspective, not to overstate the obvious, but this airplane is big.
It
All
is.
right. You know that meme from Will Ferrell from The Campaign where he goes, "Welcome to the show." All right.
Yes. Yeah.
We're here. Okay.
Yep.
This airplane is 242 feet long. It's 212 feet wide, 61 feet tall at the tail, which in your metric units is 74 meters long, 65 meters wide, 18 meters tall. Okay. It is
Appreciate the
longer.
conversions.
Of course. Listen, I know what I'm doing. So it is longer and wider than a 747-400. You actually take up a bigger footprint on the ramp with this aircraft than a 747-400.
Gosh, I didn't know
which is
that.
fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
knew
would
it was
take
longer,
Usain
but
Bolt.
not the rest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would take Usain Bolt 7 seconds to run the length of this plane.
Right.
Now, if you've never seen him run in person, I'll just leave you to say it's fast. If you were to draw a box from the nose to the tail and from wingtip to wingtip around this airplane, kind of your safety inclusion area, it's
Mm-hmm.
about 4,800 square meters of space. You're basically taxiing around more than an acre. Um, the airplane at maximum takeoff weight is 775,000 pounds, which is 351 and a half metric tons. It
Wow.
weighs more than four fully loaded 737-900 ERs.
Wow.
The
Empty.
maximum, yeah,
Yeah.
this is full. This is max
Okay.
gross.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. To be fair.
Yeah. Still.
The fuel load is maximum at 340,000 pounds of fuel, which is in gas alone more than two 737-800s at maximum takeoff weight.
Wow.
Okay.
That's insane.
Yeah, it's got a range of 7,880 nautical miles, which can get you from London to just about anywhere in the world. And all of this is being pushed along by those two enormous, beautiful engines, those General Electric GE90 115Bs. The 115, of course, denoting that they push 115,000 pounds of thrust apiece. It's the largest and most powerful jet engine ever hung under the wing of an aircraft that has entered regular commercial service.
Wow.
So you want to talk about ego numbers? Here we are. This is it. You know, it's you have to cage your brain around the size of this thing, especially if you're familiar with taxiing something a little smaller around your airport, maybe your A320 or your 737.
Yep.
Okay. The cool thing too about this jet is it's still considered technologically relevant today, even though it came out the same year as the original Toy Story movie.
Really? Gosh, that is.
Yeah.
It's
Isn't
older
that a
than
bit
you
of
think,
a
isn't it?
It is.
But
older
then I'm
you
older
think,
than I think
right?
as well. So,
Yeah,
you know.
yeah. Well, it happens to everybody eventually. If you went and saw Dune 2 recently, Timothée Chalamet is 7 months younger than this airplane.
Well, I never.
Yeah, how about that, huh? So
Yeah.
you have to treat this airplane with the respect that it deserves. You have to give
Yes.
it the patience. You have to wait for this airplane sometimes. You have to make sure that you're not rushing anything because little mistakes become big mistakes, and big mistakes when you're flying a big airplane are huge mistakes. So
Yes. Okay.
now we're not gonna do a full walk around,
No.
and I'll stop talking about how big it is. But let's go down to the gear for just a
Okay.
second, because there's some cool things that we can kind of talk about on the outside here.
Yes, the brake
that
wear
are
and such
that are
like.
relevant. Yes,
Yeah.
brake wear pins. So
Yeah.
these are carbon brakes, which is it's a carbon disc that's pushed on by plungers. And
Yeah.
here are where your brake wear pins are. It's like, wow, it's like we've rehearsed this ahead of time. So here are your two. You see, dead center left on each of those kind of what is it going to be, hexagonal
Yeah.
panels. There are not hexagonal units on each of the brakes. And then you've got this pin right there in the center that's this little stick that's sticking out from the brake.
Yes.
This is your brake wear pin. What you're going to be looking for if you're pre-flighting this airplane and you're pre-flighting the brakes is that pin needs to be longer than the inside edge of that metal L bracket that's sticking off of the brake panel itself.
Right.
We call it the fingernail test. If you were to push your fingernail aft along the inside edge of that little tab,
Yes.
if you don't catch your thumbnail on that stick sticking out from the brake, it's time for the brake to be replaced. So as the pad itself wears, it's going to work itself outboard, so that pin is going to move outboard with the brake pad. So that's when they talk about pre-flighting your brakes, that's what they're talking about right there. These are brand spanking new brakes. They are actually way cleaner than you would expect to see them. This is, even though they look dirty, this is clean.
Okay. That's interesting.
That carbon goes everywhere.
Yeah.
I
bet.
So now, while we're down here, there's a couple of other things that we can talk about too. So
Yes.
starting with what we're looking at, that huge hydraulic ram that's running between the front of this truck and the vertical strut there.
Yes.
Okay? This is a locking Oh boy, I'm gonna show off that I don't know the exact technical name for this piece of equipment. This is a locking hydraulic ram that serves a very important purpose. This airplane is really long. It's way longer than the 777-200.
Yes.
And as a result, you have a bunch of kind of tendencies that you wouldn't necessarily have in the shorter version of the airplane. Noticeably, one of those is that it's easier to tail strike this airplane than the 200 rendition. So,
Yeah.
what this ram does is actually quite clever. When you're taking off, it locks in position and doesn't allow this truck to pivot as you rotate. So rather than the airplane rotates, but all 6 tires stay flat on the ground, and then it kind of picks up when it feels like picking up, you're actually going to squat the airplane back onto those aftmost tires.
Right.
And this ram is what allows you to do that. Not only does that actually physically lift the airplane up, making the tail a little bit harder to hit because you're actually lifting the plane up off the ground because of the physics class that I definitely passed in college. And
yes, yeah, I can picture it now. When
you know what I'm saying?
Before, I couldn't quite picture how that worked, but yes, I get it. Yeah.
So the whole plane squats up onto those rear tires as you're rotating, and it also allows airflow to better get a little bit more under the wing and all that kind of stuff. So this is a very clever feature of the 300 that the 200 doesn't do.
Right.
And then when you're landing, this ram is not locked out, and the gear can hang a little bit tail down, and then those gear kind of act as feelers on landing. But that's for another time. Let's go around to the back of the truck now, and the last thing we'll talk about on the wheels here, which is lovingly recreated, by the way. This all looks very good.
Yeah.
So this is something that a lot of people are probably kind of familiar with, because this is one of the things that people like to talk about. This airplane's so big, it has rear steering. And that is accurate. If you get a little closer and look a little bit more down from the top here, you can see another little, do you see that rod moving its way kind of southwesterly across the rear part of the gear truck here? Yes, that's it right there.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. That is the actuator rod for our rear tire steering.
Right.
What this is actually doing is not steering the airplane so much as it's preventing scrubbing.
Okay.
This tire truck is very long.
Yes.
For your frame of reference, I am an average height male, and this tire comes up to my sternum. So this comes right up to my mid-chest height. These are big tires. This is a big airplane. We call it Bigfoot, is its little nickname, and it's because these huge gears. So when the plane is turning, those rear tires, being very far away from kind of the center of the turn, have a tendency to scrub laterally along the ground, and it shortens the life of the tire. It's bad for the gear trucks and the bearings and all this. So it actually will turn a little bit once the nose gear makes it past 10 degrees, opposite the nose gear. For those of you who have ever seen maybe a farm equipment, like a combine that's like a middle hinge combine or something like that, it sort of looks like that, or a monster truck, whatever your frame of reference is on that. When the nose gear goes left, these wheels are going to cant inwards and turn to the right, and that's going to help prevent them from scrubbing and skipping along the ground as you make tighter turns.
So they're sort of describing the circle by turning right. The nose wheel turns left.
That's the perfect way to describe it. They're describing the circle. They're finishing the circle. Now, the only other thing I'll talk about before we can get to the fun stuff. There's so much to talk about on this airplane that
this is fun, Eli. This is fun.
So, what's relevant to know is that when you push up power for takeoff, that ram is one of the things that it considers for takeoff configuration. So if you roll onto the runway very fast and give it the beans, and that isn't straightened out yet, you're going to get a takeoff warning.
Oh, right, okay.
Okay, so this is relevant to know. Once you get it lined up, give it a count, 1 potato, 2 potato, and then give it full power, and that's to give this ram right here time to straighten out and get the gear all pointed in the same direction. That has gotten people in the real world. So everybody gets in a hurry, line up, clear for immediate takeoff. Okay, Still, remember what I said earlier. It's a big airplane. Take it slow. Give it time.
Yeah.
Let it breathe. If a controller's trying to jam you into that scenario, then if somebody else has to go around, that's on them, not you. You're running your race here. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
That's it.
While we're here, I have one question, which is about tyre wear, because that's something else that PMDG have simulated.
Yes.
What are you looking for in terms of wear limits and that sort of thing?
Yeah. Now, to be frank, out in the real world, these tires are rarely going to get that gnarly. They're not going to get that thinned out. You can get away with a lot, though, on these tires. Generally speaking, not. Are you familiar with what the cord in a tire looks like?
Yes,
Kind
I am.
of
Yeah.
layers of mesh inside of a tire. You fly
Yeah.
small airplanes. You probably put. We've all put spots on tires that you're like, ooh, I can see some cord in there. That is generally when that would be considered hey, let's call maintenance and see what they have to say about this. However, the other thing to think about is you have 12 of these tires.
Yes.
So maintenance may show up and go, listen, dude, we don't even really need this tire.
Right. Okay.
For all intents and purposes. So you'd be surprised with how much that you don't need as far as the tires are concerned. But basically, if you're seeing any cord, any particularly spectacular flat spots, that would be something to think about. Now, with that said, there are individual wheel anti-skid protections on this aircraft. So it's not just the whole truck, but every tire is being independently sensed and controlled for anti-skid. So you shouldn't flat spot a lot of tires on this aircraft, because not only is the load on any individual brake not particularly high, because there are 12 of them, but the anti-skid protection is very good, and the whole truck will click and chatter along as the anti-skid protection is engaged, and each individual wheel is being run by the computer on board. So it's very clever.
Gosh, that is amazing.
Aside from the initial touchdown, you really don't see a lot of smoke on a 777 landing, because the tires, it works very, very well. And the other thing we'll talk about later is that the result of all of this cleverness by Boeing is that this airplane stops very fast.
Right. Okay.
So it's extremely capable in that regard. So any other questions about the tires before we move on?
No, I don't think so. No.
All right, now that your viewers are bored to tears, we can go back upstairs and go look at all the pretty flashing lights and all that stuff.
Okay, great. Let's get back on board.
All right. And just like that,
Yeah.
just like magic, we've got screens, we've got everything. It's all getting warmed up. This is a realistic state to how you'd receive this airplane.
Right.
It's got, you've got your panels on, maybe a mechanic was on here, maybe they towed it over from a hangar or something along those lines.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first thing we need to do is kind of get this airplane awake and sort of get it thinking about what it's going to be doing. So let's look up at the overhead panel.
Okay.
Let's turn on your ADIRU, your Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, far upper left-hand corner switch.
Okay.
Turn that on. Now, unlike the 737 where you need to kind of, make sure that it knows where it's at and all that kind of stuff, this is a much more automatic process on this airplane. It's going to figure most of itself out. So we also need to next initialize the FMS. Let's take a look down at our flight management system.
Okay.
Okay, great. Let's go into FMC in the upper left-hand corner there.
Yeah.
Now, you have pause in it. It says your nav data is out of date, by the way.
Yes, and I'll just touch on that. At the time of recording, there is not yet a way of updating the nav data. This is a pre-release build. Navigraph haven't got it ready yet, but you will, of course, be able to update your own once it's released.
There you go. Great disclaimer. Let's go to pause in it.
Okay.
Now, here's what I'm talking about. On the 7.3, you have to go hunting for where's my... This is telling you where the GPSs think that you are. So just grab that and drop it down on your inertial position right below.
Okay, so click that LSK and click that LSK.
Now, it's a good idea to do what we call a sanity check here. Let's enter Heathrow, EGLL, and put it in the reference airport page.
Right.
Do those look like they're about the same position on planet Earth?
They do.
Great. That's all we need. We're done. How about that?
Cool.
Okay.
That's amazing.
Due diligence done.
Yeah.
So next, we will. There's the box setup there are many ways to skin this cat, as they say, as the
Yes.
proverb goes. Although I know you're a cat guy, so I apologize. Let's go to route in the bottom right-hand corner there.
Yes.
Now, there are different ways, I'm sure, that different operators set this up.
Yes.
On the majority of them, this is all going to be handled through your ACARS system, which is not run through here on your box. But I understand there are potentially limitations with MSFS. I'm not entirely sure what it is,
Yeah.
or not, but we will have to do it the PMDG way.
So those of you familiar with the PMDG 777 in P3D, I seem to remember you would just go to route request and it would bring up a list of routes or what have you, or a way of importing it from SimBrief. With the PMDG Universal Flight Tablet, the EFB as the rest of us call it, you can just go to Electronic Flight Bag, request data from SimBrief, and that will import your route into the EFB only. Once we've done that, if we come back down to the FMS and choose route request, then that now gives us the SimBrief route option with your latest SimBrief route that you've planned, in addition to the option to load local route files, as you may be used to doing in older versions. So if we click on SimBrief route, then we can set the payload and set the fuel, which we may as well do. There are different ways, as you say, to skin a cat, but we may as well do that now. Set payload, set fuel, and then we go to select route.
Perfect.
It says route
Now,
requesting.
Yeah. Yep. And we can, again, let it chew, let it consider, ponder, perhaps, where do we want them to go? Okay,
Yeah.
A to B, great. And looks like there's your ding dong, okay?
Yes.
You're going to hear that a lot flying this
Yes.
airplane. Ding dong, someone's calling you from the back. ATC is trying to get a hold of you. You've received a company message. That is an ever-present noise on this airplane.
Right.
And I'll start to develop your good muscle memory now.
Yes.
When you hear that ding dong,
Yes.
look at your center ICAS.
Okay.
Okay, so just glance up. Do you see that .fmc?
I do.
That is telling you that ding dong you just heard is your FMC trying to get your attention.
Okay.
If it were perhaps Langen radar, that would
Yes.
say .atc.
Okay.
If it were your maybe your ATIS request that you just fired off, it's going to be .com, COMM. So whenever you hear that noise,
Yep.
let's get in the habit of looking at that center panel and
Okay,
seeing
you're
what
on.
our dot is. Okay.
Right.
So this is .fmc. We already knew that. We've
Yeah.
been cheating off our own homework here. So we can hit load, and then we can activate that.
Okay. So load. Wait for it to finish loading down here.
Beautiful. Ta-da.
So how close is this to what you do in the real world? Is this sort of what the ACAS process looks like, or not really?
It's not really.
Not really. Okay.
We use the COM page, which we'll talk about in a little bit here.
Okay.
And you initialize the flight through that. I'm not entirely sure why you wouldn't be able to initialize the flight through the COM and have it do functionally the same thing that we're doing here. And maybe that's planned down the road. I'm not entirely positive, but that is what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Now that descent forecast uplink ready, I have to admit I'm not sure why that's there yet, as we haven't requested winds. It may have to do with the fact that we are on a zero wind flight plan.
I have to say I think in P3D all of the wide body PMDG aircraft did this. You import the route and it does winds at the same time. I don't know why.
Now, the other disclaimer that I'll throw on here is that not every single build of the flight management computer is the same, even in the real world. There are different levels of different recencies of software that exist out there. So this may be modeled after a box that I am not personally familiar with. And so it may do some strange things. If you hear me going, that's strange, that's not necessarily that something has been modeled inaccurately. It's entirely possible that that is the way that it worked on their reference aircraft, or for the aircraft that their reference pilots use day in and day out. So I'll put that at the top there. But it looks like it wants us to activate, right? So we can go 6 right, activate, and then we'll have an execute associated with that. Great.
Okay, good.
Now, yellow brick road, bottom right, perf in it. Follow the yellow brick road.
This is what
And
you
then
call the bottom right LSK, the yellow brick road?
Yes, 6
Okay.
right, bottom right.
Okay.
Now, we're going to immediately stop following the yellow brick road right after this page.
Right, okay.
Okay, unfortunately, that's how it's going to go. So
Yeah.
let's put our zero fuel weight in our LSK left 3 there, whatever that is, and it should, yeah, there we go. We can get away with just pulling that from our flight plan there. And now this perf data reject accept, this would realistically happen after the flight has been closed out and you have been sent final weights by the ground crew. They go, okay, we've thrown all the bags on board, we've gotten all the people on board, and now they're going to send you this perf uplink that you can either reject or accept. This realistically is going to happen after you're pushing. But we are in Simland, where we clicked 2 buttons 5 minutes ago that said load all the passengers instantly, load all the fuel instantly, and so it's not unrealistic. They would go, hey, we're done. Here's your perf uplink.
I see. Okay, makes sense.
So before we accept this, before you hit accept on this airplane, you need to take a moment, take stock, and kind of consider what you're looking at. Is our zero fuel weight in agreement with what we think it should be? Is our reserves correct? We can see that some of these numbers are big and some of these numbers are small. Are you noticing that?
I am. Yes, I am.
The small numbers are been automatically uploaded.
Yeah.
The large numbers are numbers that we are either manipulating ourselves, are either being live sensed, or we have perhaps entered on our own volition, like our zero fuel weight of 203.8 tons. Okay?
Yes. Yeah.
This all looks fine. I think 34 was our initial altitude, cost index 15. That's all looking correct to you?
Yeah.
If you're happy, we agree, we can hit accept.
I am. I've got the OFP up on the adjacent monitor, and at least the zero fuel weight is correct. In terms of reserve fuel, is that something that varies from airline to airline and route to route? How's that calculated?
It's going to depend primarily on the kind of rules of the road of the... Boy, how is reserve fuel calculated is a big question, but I'll keep it simple and say that it depends on who you are and where you're going, and how the weather is there. There's a video out now on the YouTubes that has a very in-depth. It's like a 25-minute conversation about long-haul flight planning. And I will spare you. I will spare you too long of a conversation about it, but your reserves are going to be predicated on the ICAO rules that you are using for that particular flight, and that is dictated by what kind of operation it is. Is this a scheduled flight, non-scheduled flight, et cetera, et cetera. So that can vary quite heavily. I'm not sure what the reserve number is off of our OFP here, but 6.3 tons sounds about correct if I'm doing the kilogram to pounds conversion in my head here.
That is the FinRes plus alternate figure on the OFP. That's what it's what SimBrief's given us.
That should be just about right. So and the other thing too is that this is a lot of kind of proprietary inside information. Inside baseball for individual airlines will do all of their representation of this information differently.
Right.
We're using Lido charts today, so it should be fairly standardized. But FinRes plus alternate is pretty much what you're going to be concerned with. You can start to throw in all kinds of things like contingency fuel, anticipated hold fuel, extra gas, and all of that. But since this flight plan is so simple, and we already happen to know that the weather is good in San Francisco, we're not too particularly worried about that today. So we can leave it at 6.3, and that should be fine.
Okay.
Famous last words. Okay. So now it's showing us our forecast uplink ready. So that's kind of keying us in about winds, right? That's what we're sort of thinking about. So let's go winds. Let's go to your legs page.
Okay. Legs.
Now route data, 6 right.
Route data.
And it looks like it's already pulled it up for you. So you can hit load here, and then you can execute. And it's going to be a whole on the 737. You're used to seeing the actual numbers.
Yes.
Here you're going to get W's.
Right.
So that's telling you that there is a wind data for that waypoint loaded. And if you click on that W, any one of those W's, you're going to get this page, which is going to tell you what altitudes it's looking at and what winds it has for those altitudes. This is one of the things that's very nice about the triple as compared to the 737. The 737 box can see one altitude.
Yes.
And it knows that altitude out into the future. this airplane takes a big horizontal slice of the pie,
Yes.
and will, or excuse me, a vertical slice of the pie,
Good. Yeah, I
and
knew what
will
you meant.
look from low to high altitude
Yes.
and give you all the winds in between. So this airplane can accurately plan wind-based ETAs and fuel burns for a hugely long flight. Whereas, in the 737, if you're launching 6 hours, it's unrealistic that we're going to be at one altitude the entire time,
Yes. Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So this is really nice. This is one of those like where you go, oh wow, this airplane works like that. That's so great.
Yeah, that is cool. That is cool.
Now, here's another thing kind of worth thinking about here. We have this prompt on the bottom, and this is telling us that there's something that the box wants us to load. Something in the box is ready to go. It's champing at the bit, and we can let it free. So rather than, we know that it's the descent forecast. Rather than doing that and going to VNAV and finding it, let's press the FMC COM button down there below your alternates, and yeah, perfect.
Okay.
FMC COM.
Yes.
Now this is going to take you to a page where it's going, hey, I have something for you to kind of load. The FMC is communicating with you.
Yes.
And it's going to take you, it's going to lead you by the nose to where it wants you to go. We've already uplinked our winds.
Yes.
We don't have a route uplink waiting on us. We can see that we have uplink under desk forecast. So click descent forecast and 6 left there.
I have never used this page in my life. This is very interesting.
Well, it doesn't exist on other aircraft necessarily. So this is the way that you can, because there are different box layouts even on other, like on 7.3s and all this kind of stuff. So you don't always have this, so I don't blame you for not necessarily using it. Let's click the load in the bottom left.
Okay.
And then the box should stop talking to us. It's going to boom all those loads in there, or excuse me, all those winds in there, which are 0. So we're happy with that. It's not even going to execute, and we're good.
Yeah, and just to make it clear, in case anyone has forgotten, we're using 0 wind. The flight plan is for 0 wind. There's no wind in the sim. That's why there are dashes here rather than wind directions and speeds.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You will in the real, when you're out there in the real world doing in the real fake world doing this, you will get wind information on the right hand side, and it's telling you what it anticipates you using for your descent wind. Now, we've done our route initialization, we've done our performance uplink initialization, we've done our winds.
Yes.
Next, we need to kind of start thinking about the actual flight plan itself.
Yeah.
Okay. And so, first off, what we need to do is let's go to our departures and arrivals.
Okay.
Okay. So we need to just finish out our flight plan with what we've planned. So we've got 2-7 left.
We do.
With the umlaut 1 Golf departure, if I recall.
Correct.
Beautiful. There it is. Let's execute that.
Execute that.
Ta-da! And then, here's a difference from the 737 for all you guys. This is going to catch you up. On the 7.3, you could just press depar again, and it would take you back to an index, right? So let's try that.
Yeah, you could.
Okay. Maybe a different box load, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure. On the version of the aircraft that I operate, you have to press the index back to get you to this page.
Oh, right.
But
okay.
This is fine. This is familiar. Let's just do it this way. So we can go down to arrival on 2 right there for San Francisco.
Yep.
And typically speaking, what people like you to do for arrivals and departures, but that kind of happens more organically, select the runway first.
Okay.
The reason for this is that there are different transitions, especially in different parts of the world. And so if we tell the airplane what runway we're planning on it pointing at, that is a safer thing to start with than starting with the star. Does that make sense?
It does, it does. And would you always set up the arrival on the ground before departure, regardless of the route length, or would there be occasions when you would leave it until you were closer to see what the weather's like?
We would always, and here's the reason why.
Yeah.
Once you've done the full box initialization, one of the more important things that you can do for especially very long-range flight planning is verifying that the route distance matches your OFP.
Okay. Okay.
Because if there's a significant difference there, then that should set off alarm bells in your head, and you should be going, hey, something's not quite right here. And so if you don't input the full route that as it has been planned, your route distance may not match what you have coming off your flight plan. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does.
Okay, great. So let's start with our runway, just like we discussed, right? And we've pre-briefed this. For the sakes of demonstration, we're going to be doing an RNAV arrival into San Francisco, even though that's not realistic. Forgive me in advance. RNAV Yankee 28 right.
It's for your own good. It's for your own good. You're going to learn a lot more from an RNAV.
You'll thank me later.
RNAV Yankee 28 right, there it is.
Okay, and let's take that from Eddie.
Eddie transition.
And then we've got our Bodega 3 star.
Bodega 3.
And what transition do we have onto that? Is it
Legs,
Merlot or legs? Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Okay. And
Done.
execute.
Execute that.
Cool.
Now, let's take a quick glance at our route button.
Okay.
We're going to do what we just talked about. You've got all of your correct information. Okay, so this is looking fine. Let's step next. Next page.
Next page.
Now, we can compare this to our OFP. Probably for the sake of time, we may just want to assume that this is all correct.
I think so.
For our intents and purposes. But you can step through this, and on a really long flight, you can take your time and make sure that this is all particularly accurate. Okay.
We could do a fade out and fade in and pretend we've done it in the interim, but no. Let's be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean, through the magic of video editing. No, yeah. Let's just say that it's good.
It's probably fine
for the sake of time.
Yeah.
Now let's go to progress.
Okay, progress.
Perfect. You're finding this is excellent that you're finding these so quickly. Now you have distance to go. Do you see the DTG column, the second from the left?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so this is where you're going to look at your total flight plan distance. Looks like we have 4,801 nautical miles to San Francisco. Concur?
Yes,
okay.
Correct, yeah.
What does our OFP have for total distance?
Let's have a look. There must be a distance. Right, here's the distance.
There's, remaining distance. So you see there from Heathrow, it's the dead center column, 269, 269, 4786.
Ah, yes, 4786.
Yeah.
Yes.
So there she is. Okay, so that's remaining distance. And look at that. What are we, 15 miles off on an almost 5,000 nautical mile flight?
Yeah,
I'd
that's
say
pretty amazing.
It's probably all pretty correct,
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
So that's why we do that. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah.
Yeah. And in certain parts of the world, especially like your Parises or your Tokyos, those stars can get really weird and particularly circuitous.
Yes.
And as a result, that distance might be off by an uncomfortable amount if you don't put the whole flight plan in there at the beginning. Now, you have plenty of time to straighten it out and do something different if that's what you're particularly inclined to do.
Sure.
But we're good there. Okay?
Yeah, good.
Next, let's check for discontinuities. So how would we best do that?
Via the legs page?
Correct. That's perfect. Let's go to legs.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we can step through this just really quickly. We're not looking for, we've already done the route verification for integrity's sake, right? When we know that all the waypoints are correct and all that. Yeah. So let's just step through and make sure that there aren't any unexpected gaps. We do have a gap right there, and we're expecting that after
that's the vector's leg.
Bricks.
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay, so we're there.
So just to clarify, if there was a discontinuity, what would it look like on here?
Well, go ahead and, just for the sake of argument, let's just delete Bodega. Just drop a delete on Bodega there.
So delete key, LSK.
That's what it looked like.
Okay.
Okay. You have your signature 5 Boeing boxes, and then you have a route discontinuity. It even says the word discontinuity at you. Yeah. Let's put Bodega back in there just so that we don't, end up blasting off out over the Pacific Ocean, I think is about what that would do to us. Yeah. And then you can bring Cork up to that blank spot, and it'll close up your route.
Okay, so just select Cork here and plonk it in there. Excellent. Okay.
Done. Now, does Bodega have any altitude constraints that we have to be worried about? It does. It's at or below 13,000 at Bodega. So, this is actually, you've led us down a particularly advantageous route. It's like what you're doing. Okay.
I know, it almost is, isn't it?
yeah. So, if you want to do a hard altitude, obviously you just type in the hard altitude. But we're looking at or below 13,000. So what let's do is let's type, well, first let's execute this change so that we're not, doing too much all at once.
Yeah.
Slash 13000.
Yeah.
B for below.
Okay.
And drop that on the far right hand to right there for Bodega. Ta-da! Okay. Look at that. It's just like it was originally. So now we can execute that.
Okay.
And now we've given the VNAV something to think about, something to do. Okay?
Awesome. Yep.
So, the box is pretty much set up at this point for all of our non-takeoff data related planning and all this. Yep. Let's take a quick aside to talk about the comm page. So, something that I'm going to be having you reference to a lot is your display select panel. That is on your primary eyebrow kind of glare shield, not eyebrow, your glare shield panel on the
Yes.
first officer's side.
Yes.
Yes. Right to the left there of your EFIS control panel, just to the left of where your mins and baro and map ranges and all this are.
This square
This
section
panel.
here.
This is your display select panel, okay?
Right.
This is going to be how you interact with all of the many different kind of synoptic pages that you 737 guys are going to be like, what's a synoptic page? Welcome to the world. This is how it's supposed to work, okay?
Yes.
Two things to know about this panel is that it's got a top third and a bottom 2/3. Those three switches along the top are telling you which one of these screens in the center. So if we can actually take a center view, this is going to work a little bit better.
What about that?
That's perfect. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
So your dead center screen here is your ICAS page, and that's going to stay that way for the most of the time.
Yes.
Just on its left, just on its right, and just below it are actually multifunction displays. Okay. Just like a G1000, if you're familiar with that.
Yes,
Multifunction displays, so they can do many things. Those three top buttons are indicating which one of those you're controlling at any given moment. So right now, we can see that we have lower center selected. Agree?
Sure. Yes.
Let's press the COM switch, which is bottom row, center button.
Okay.
COM. Do you see how the bottom center, the lower center screen changed?
I do, yes.
Okay, now let's put this in another accurate configuration for pre-departure. Select left inboard on the top side of the panel.
Yes.
Beautiful. Now click door. Middle left edge, there it is.
Got you.
This is realistic to how you would be sitting at the gate, because the captain is going to want to know what condition the doors are in.
Sure.
Are they all closed? Are we open? Whatever. We can see all the doors, and by the way, those little green A's mean that the doors are armed.
Right.
Okay, so now, another good practice, good rule of thumb, good thing to be thinking about. You generally are going to be manipulating the lower center screen. So if you've just manipulated the left inboard or the right out inboard screens,
yes,
select the lower center again, just so that you're not clicking on it going, why isn't it doing what I'm doing? And the captain's MFD is just cycling through flight controls, fuel, air, gear. He's going, I'm trying to fly the airplane. Okay, so lower center. Now, you have down below here in the middle, this is your COM page. This is a huge part of how you interface with this airplane.
Okay.
We are a bit hamstrung by the fact that what you're primarily doing on this page is you're talking with air traffic control, which realistically speaking on VATSIM is maybe, if you're lucky, a tenth of the time you're talking with air traffic control via CPDLC. Am I right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
don't do it that often.
I have to say, I don't really use CPDLC almost ever. But other people I think probably use it more than 10% of the time, I would guess. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
And especially it depends on where in the world you fly as well, right?
Yeah.
So this is how you're going to communicate with company, which doesn't exist in the simulator, unfortunately. You can't text message a dispatcher and have them go, "Oh yes, I see that the weather is deteriorating in front of you. Here are some options."
Yeah.
You're kind of your own little island here in the simulator. So it's a shame that this can't be more fleshed out. But this is an extremely important page on this airplane, and we can do a couple of things on it on this rendition, it looks like. So as we know, I'm sure it works the same way. In prepared, you drag your mouse over that screen, and then you get this little cursor icon.
You do.
Right?
Yeah. Yep.
There it is. So that is, you have a little trackpad just down below your FMC that is what is manipulating that cursor.
Right.
Okay. And now this may or may not be true, but what I've been told is, remember, this airplane came out when Toy Story came out. I've been told that this is one of the first commercial implementations of a trackpad in the world.
Oh wow, how interesting!
How fun, right?
Yeah,
Don't take that claim to court or whatever and sue somebody about it. But I believe it. It sounds like something that a very proud airline pilot would say. Now, on this page, I'm not going to delve too deep into it because it's not really fully fleshed out, but you have three columns. You have ATC, flight information, and company. Company
Yeah.
is completely grayed out. That's normally how you would go and get your takeoff data. That's how you would
Right.
initialize your flight. That's how if
Okay.
something broke, you would write it up. It's all done through that company page.
Right.
We don't have that because none of that back-end stuff exists. We're in a simulator. Let's
Yeah.
go to flight information. Let's select that.
Okay.
Okay, so this is where you're going to be able to get ATISes. This is where you can pull down a departure clearance if you're doing something like you're leaving Heathrow, for example. If you had a controller online, you could potentially communicate with them through this. If you
Right.
want to select ATIS request, you can kind of get a idea for what that page looks like, but this should be able to pull down. I'm not sure since we're offline what exactly it's going to be able to pull down. Now, where's my keyboard? It's right there on your FMC. So type
Right.
EGLL on your FMC.
I don't have to click on the boxes, no?
Nope. You actually want to
Okay.
wait on that. So type EGLL.
EGLL. Yeah.
And then go click on your 4 open boxes there, your Boeing boxes.
Oh, I see.
Ta-da!
Yeah.
Okay, right?
Right. Cool.
Beautiful. So now you can select an ATIS source, VATSIM, IVEO, or PMDG. I don't know if Heathrow is online right now, so let's hit PMDG and see what happens there.
Yeah. Let's see what that does.
And you can set up here an auto, or it said it had auto or terminate. If you want it to automatically send you the ATIS as it becomes available, as it newly becomes available, you can select a tick box there.
Oh, okay. Yes, I see.
Yeah. Okay, now we should get our trademark signature ding dong.
Yeah.
Come on. It may or may not happen.
Yes,
I'm
I
not
don't.
entirely sure what.
I don't know where PMDG would get an ATIS from. It's a bit intriguing, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. At least maybe a METAR or something like that. I'm not entirely sure. But if you would get ding dong, and then what would we do? We would look at our center ICAPS, and we would see .com, because this is our com page. It's telling you something on the com page is trying to get your attention. But I'm going to assume that none of this is functional at the moment, and be generous there. ATC is all CPDLC, so there's not really a need to go. If we find ourselves twiddling our thumbs in cruise, maybe we can go have a look at the ATC page.
Yeah.
So now we've set up the whole FMC. We've talked about the interaction with the com page, which, as I said, we're a little bit limited on what we can do with that right now. It's time to set up the rest of the overhead panel. A lot of people might have been thinking, Eli, why aren't you setting up the overhead panel yet? We're doing everything else before we... Listen, remember? Slow, easy. There's no hurry, okay?
Yeah, and there's no right or wrong order, right?
There's no right or wrong order. We can, as long as everything gets done, we got plenty of time. We can make up time in the air. We can be a little late. When you're flying 11 hours, you can go a little faster and make up some time, okay? We're not flying Heathrow to Amsterdam here, and if we're 15 minutes late, then we're 20 minutes late in Amsterdam. That's not the deal. So, overhead panel time. Let's flip some switches.
Let's have a look.
You'll find not flip a whole lot of switches because this isn't a 737. Am I right?
Yeah,
okay. General flow, top left, bottom right.
Okay.
So, ADARU's on. That's already done.
Yes.
Now, the the switches for IFE pass seats and cabin utility, those would probably be left on in the real world, but they're off, so let's turn them on.
Okay.
Boom. Boom. Okay. A note of our electrical system while we're looking here.
Sure.
737 has 3 sources of electrical power. Engine generator, APU. We have 6 on this airplane. This is a bona fide long-haul aircraft. It's got tons and tons of redundancy. You've got generators for each engine, which you can see down in the bottom right and left-hand corners of this panel, respectively. Left generator control, right generator control. Okay?
Yeah.
In the center there, we have backup generators.
Yeah.
So we have 1 backup generator per engine. Those are permanent magnet drive generators, which are it's hooked up. If the engine's turning, they're working. Okay. We have the APU, which is its own dedicated APU, but I'm told it's about the size of a 737 engine. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So that makes 5, our 4 generators plus our APU, and then we have a ram air turbine. So this airplane is very electrically capable. If you chuck a main generator in cruise, the checklist basically says don't worry particularly too much about it.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. So the airplane is very, very capable and redundant. You can auto land this airplane single engine on like 1 generator. So there, like it can do just about anything. And
Yeah.
I hesitate to say that, but I'm going to say it. It can do anything. Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're going to keep working our way. Emergency lights up there in the top. Let's close that switch out.
Okay.
Okay. Window heats. Turn all 4 of those on. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Now hydraulics. This airplane also has many hydraulic pumps and a lot of clever, kind of hydraulic logic as to what it's doing. But while we're doing our pre-flight, here's what we need to know.
Yes.
The bottom row is demand pumps, and the top row are primary pumps. Now, they're not all electric, but they are all primary on the top. Okay? What this means is demand pumps run when there is a demand.
Demand, right.
Perfect. Makes perfect sense.
Yes.
Right? So, now, what we need to establish is hydraulic pressure for the brakes. We're here on the gate. We need to make sure we have hydraulic pressure for the brakes.
Sure.
The primary brakes are on the right hydraulic system. And if you look down at your display select panel, this is a cool thing about this airplane too. If you look down at your display select panel and you select the hide switch, which is just about middle left on the top row there, look at the top of this page. We've got normal brakes, right reverser. The arrows are pointing to which hydraulic system controls what subsystems.
Oh, yes, yeah.
So this is kind of nice. So we know that our normal brakes are on the right-hand side hydraulic system. Before we go back up to the overhead panel, let's take our captain's view once more.
Yeah.
Look just below the primary flight display.
Yes.
This is our brake accumulator gauge. This is telling us, do you see that little thing that says brake source and it's got an actual physical round dial? This is telling us how much pressure our parking brake and our brake accumulator has in it right now.
Okay.
This is low. This is like almost no pressure. This is normally going to be a little north of 3,000 psi. It's currently sitting around, what is it, 800, 900? So what we have to do is before we pressurize the hydraulic pump, look down at this gauge and note that we have note the pressure and note that the brake source light is on. This is telling you that there's nothing currently supplying. The last source of hydraulic pressure for the brakes is no longer supplying that hydraulic pressure. Okay?
Okay.
So let's look up at the overhead panel again.
Yeah.
And the bottom right demand pump, right elec, the bottom right pump, let's turn that to auto.
Okay.
Okay. Now, what we have just done is we have asked the airplane, hey, we want to run this demand pump if there's demand. Well, there's demand, and we're not getting the pressure from anywhere else. So this pump is going to run. It's a very small electric pump. Look down at your gauge.
Boom.
Brake source light is out, and we've got pressure. How about that? So that's our little check as we're going over the overhead panel. Brake source, turn on the pump, look back at the brake source, just to make sure that that's all functioning normally, and it is. Okay? Back to the overhead panel.
Okay.
Now we're going to keep working our way down. This passenger sign layout is fine for now. We have this is our famous master brightness knob just below or to the upper right hand corner. So this controls all the lighting on the whole flight deck. You can turn it all up, all down. That's like your integrity backlighting and all of your screens. All controlled through this switch. And the on off is that center button there. So you can actually turn it off. And that'll pop out, and then you can turn it on, and that'll pop in. Most people just leave it on and then go full bright in the daytime.
So this overrides everything else. For example, your glare shield, panel flood.
It does.
Okay.
And you can see in the you've got the other little you've got your overhead and circuit breaker switch, and you've got your glare shield, panel flood right there. You see that dot?
Yes.
If you line up those lubber lines with that dot. Then what you are saying is you are setting it to a central reference so that the master brightness and everything is consistent when you manipulate the master brightness knob. Okay? So if you can have the master brightness on and you turn everything up to bright, and then if you want, you can actually turn down each you can turn up or down each individual light. Maybe one of your PFD is just particularly bright on that airframe on that day. Maybe they put in a new screen or something like that. You can still manipulate it a little bit with that knob, but the master brightness is controlling everything. Okay?
I see. Interesting.
And so that's kind of how that works. Now you'll also notice that there's sometimes flood, and we have the outer or the inner knob is selected off. That's your floodlight knob.
Right, okay.
Well, we're not using that because it's the daytime and we're going to be in the daytime all day. The best way I would say to get acquainted with the lighting in this aircraft is boot up the airplane at night and sit in it and fiddle with the switches, and you'll get it all figured out fairly quick.
Sure.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
Top, or center, top right, cargo, fire switches, and all this. We have a way easier fire testing switch operation on this aircraft than the 737. We have one button, and we're looking for 10 things is the way that I like to think about it. So if we can, what we're going to do is press that button, and then we need to look at our throttle quadrant. We need to look at our ICAS, and we need to look at this overhead panel, and we need to keep our ears open for the fire bell. Okay. So press and hold that button, and then look down if you can. I don't know if you can manipulate while you're... Okay. So first off, you see fire test in Prague on the center?
Yeah.
When you've held it down long enough, it'll say fire test pass. That's one of the 10 things that we're looking for. Okay. We are also looking for, down on the throttle pedestal...
Shall I press it again?
Yeah, you can totally. And if you can, I don't know if you can hold it or not, or how this works with your system, but
it seems to be held automatically for a little bit of time. Good. I think that's how it works.
So you've got left and right. Those are your bottle deployment switches down there, right above that center MCDU or FMC. I'm getting all my terminology messed up. Yeah. Those are going to light up. Yes. The ones above it, your fuel control switches are going to light up.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, you're going to get your 2 master warning red lights are going to light up. Okay,
and then see that. Let's do that one more time to have a look at those.
Look down. Yeah. There it is. Master warning.
1, 2. Yeah.
Okay. Then up on the overhead panel.
Yeah.
Cargo fire left and right, and your APU fire handle are all lit up.
Yes. Okay? Saw both of them.
So,
yeah.
Yeah. So we've got 10 things in a noise, right? We've got 2 fire handles for the engines. We've got 2 fuel control switches. We've got 2 master warnings. We've got 2 cargo fires. We've got an APU fire handle, and we've got a fire test pass. Those are your 10 things that we're looking for. And then you should also hear the fire bell. Okay?
And is this an every flight thing, or is this first flight of the day, or?
This is that's going to be SOP dependent. I do it on every flight. Why not?
Flight. Okay. Yeah.
It's so easy. Why not?
Yeah, and you don't have many flights in a day either on a trip.
Yeah, exactly. The airplane will maybe it's lucky to have 2 flights in a day.
Yeah.
So, okay. Moving on, these are your engine start selector panel down below. We don't need to worry about this right now. Fuel jettison, don't mess with that too terribly much. Here are all your fuel switches. You have 2 cross-feed valves on this airplane just for the sake of redundancy, because if one of those fails closed and you have an engine failure or a leak, you can get in trouble. We got 2. Wing anti-ice and engine anti-ice, the nacelle anti-ice, leave that all in auto. Don't worry about that. The 737 isn't here. It can't hurt you anymore. The lighting, this is your external lighting panel, your primary external. You've got the landing lights below your master knob on the left, but this is your primary. Leave this as is. Nav light is perfectly good for right now operation.
Okay.
Wag that indicator light switch up to test.
Okay.
And we get the full Christmas tree.
Oh, yes, very nice.
And then look down at your center panel, and you're going to get all of your pretty lights, your clocks, all of your, everything that's lit up, and down in particular there. Beautiful. We've got all 8s on all of our comm panels. Your trim screen is blinking and running a little self-test. Okay.
Pretty pattern, yeah, like it.
It goes to full brightness for 10 seconds, and then it's going to go to dim while you're holding that switch down. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So we've done that. Everything looks like all the lights are in place. We can go ahead and release that and set it back to bright for daylight operation.
Okay.
Air conditioning panel. Don't touch anything. Once again, the guppy can't hurt you anymore. Okay. If we were on ground air, so if we have preconditioned air from the ramp, we would want the packs and our recirc fans to be turned off, because you can create damage in the system by having preconditioned air at a weird PSI and all this.
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
It looks like your indicator lights just went to dim for some reason.
Yes, the tests seem to be continuing, even though it was no longer in test. That's what I was a little bit distracted by.
Let's go to tests again and see if it clears up when we.
Ah, there we are. That's done.
Okay. Woo.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's exciting.
So for the sake of anyone else who finds themselves in this position, using the scroll wheel didn't turn it off, but clicking the left mouse button on the down arrow did. So that's something you might want to try if you end up in the same situation.
Pre-release product as well.
Exactly.
So we don't have any preconditioned air, and we're not using the APU, so let's not worry too terribly much about this panel. But we can just leave it all auto. Look at how many times auto appears on this panel.
Yeah.
Deep cleansing breath. Okay. Pressurization is all automatic. Don't worry about that. It knows what altitude San Francisco is.
Yep.
Now we're going to take our pilot seat once again.
Okay.
And we're going to look at our mode control panel. So we're working our way down from the overhead panel. We're going to look at our mode control panel.
Okay.
The autopilot control panel, you may be more familiar with it as.
Mm-hmm.
So we can start from the out and work our way across to the left. Baro mins, that's fine. We don't need anything there. Baro reference, we don't need to manipulate our altimeter setting. This is all on the leftmost panel here, which is called your EFIS control panel, Electronic Flight Information System control panel. Okay. And that's all standard. We probably would set our range to 10 miles just for the sake of having it be, a little bit more zoomed in. We don't get the fancy moving map that the 787 does. Those guys are their own little fancy operation.
Yes, yeah.
And then in general, we're probably going to have airport, traffic, and terrain selected.
Okay, should I turn them on now?
Yes, please do. Airport, traffic. You're not going to see any changes right away, and then hit terrain. Okay. Now, where did this all go? Well, it's hidden underneath our door synoptic.
Yes.
So, let's go on your display select panel, left inboard.
Left inboard.
And then the bottom right down there is nav. Let's select nav.
Nav. Okay.
Boom. We're back to our map. And we can see we've got airport, terrain, and traffic selected. Just like we planned it. Okay.
Right.
Now let's work our way across the autopilot panel here. Both flight directors can come on. Left and right flight directors can come on. Okay. We don't have our takeoff data yet, so let's leave our indicated airspeed at 200. Your V2 will never be 200, so that can be your mental cue that something isn't fully set up just yet.
Sure.
Runway heading.
Right, which I will need my chart for. It's going to be
273.
269. Close.
Next time.
269. If you hold down the shift key, it scrolls twice as fast, so it goes in twos.
Oh, that's great to know.
Yeah. 269, there we go.
269. And our initial altitude here on the way out of London is going to be what?
6,000 feet, I believe.
Stay firm.
Yeah.
Auto means 100 increments, more or less. 1,000 means, so you can select between the two in this airplane, which is very helpful.
Yeah. And I was about to say it's inoperative, but it isn't. You just have to make sure you click the
top little bit.
Nodule. Yeah, the white bit that sticks out. Yeah.
There you go. We figured it out.
6,
we got there.
We did.
6,000 selected. Wonderful. And now we can also select LNAV and VNAV.
Okay. Lovely.
Wonderful. Okay. So that's that pretty much dealt with. We just have to remember that we have indicated airspeed to go.
Yes.
Now we can run to the outside and do our oxygen pressure test, and we can kind of work our way in. You're not going to be manipulating a lot of stuff on this part of the flow, so let's not worry too terribly much about it. You're just kind of checking that everything is set. What we do need to ensure that we set is our auto brake. So that's going to be down there, right to the right above the first officer's FMC. Let's rotate that to rejected takeoff.
Okay.
Wonderful. Now, looking down at our throttle quadrant, speed brake is stowed, thrust levers are at idle, flaps are retracted, fuel control switches are all on shut-off, right? This is all looking correct.
Yes.
Most of the time, pre-flighting this airplane, you spend looking around going, yeah, that looks right, yeah, that looks right, yeah, that looks right, because it's all kind of auto and everything is good to go there.
Yeah.
Okay? You can set your transponder down there on the center pedestal to whatever you'd like it to be.
Yeah, okay, let's set it to 2,000, shall we, for the sake of fun? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Boom, 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 boom. Okay. And we can leave all of that, nothing to do with the weather radar, even though, like, on the 737, you're supposed to test it. On this airplane, you don't even have to, like, run its test. There may be companies that have different SOP, but mine doesn't, so,
Sounds good to me.
Data is correct to be. Do you see you have 3 nav radios on this airplane, 3 comm radios, excuse me.
Right.
And you've got comm 1 upper left, comm
Yes.
2 upper right, and comm 3. Now, on this airplane, we call them left, right, and center.
Okay.
I think this is a bit of a misnomer because your center is on the left-hand side, isn't it? How
You've
annoying.
lost me. Where's?
Oh, so I'm sorry. So you have
Oh, yes, down here. Yes.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
The one that says
Yeah.
data. Yes, I do. Yeah. Yeah.
So on your switches, you'll see VHF-L, VHF-C, and
Yes.
VHF-R. Those
Yes.
are your comm select. That's where your microphone is going out. All right.
Right. Okay.
No, that's a bad piece of information. I've just ruined your privacy. That is what you are tuning at the moment. So you're currently tuning VHF left on the left
Yes.
radio. That's all well and good. VHF right on the right radio, and VHF-C on the center radio.
Right. Okay.
Okay. If you ever look down there and see a light, which you can't currently see, it means your hackles should be a little up because one of the panels that is not that radio is currently tuning it. Let's go down to your VHF center panel.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And select VHF left. We're going to tune the #1 radio. Do you see how that light just came on?
I do. Yes.
And it also came on your left radio panel.
Yes.
What this light is telling you is that on the center panel down there, it's telling you you're not tuning the center radio.
Okay. Okay.
And on your left panel, it's telling you someone is tuning the left radio.
Yes. Someone
This
has
is just
snuck
something-
in behind you. And is tuning-
Usually it'll be the relief officer in the jump seat is
Yeah.
messing with something. So,
Yeah,
So
okay.
reach back there and smack his hand, his or her hand. And if you put all of those tuning switches back to their normal positions, the lights will go out and everything is hunky dory. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just a little something to be aware of. If you ever see those
Okay.
lights, be like, oh, what am I doing wrong here?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So now we are pretty much done with the pre-flight of the actual panels itself. That's
Good.
it.
Brilliant.
Pretty straightforward, am I right?
It is. Yeah.
It's a lot of autos, it's a lot of leave-its, it's a lot of don't worry about it.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how this airplane works.
A lot to talk through, but probably with a bit of practice, you could get it done in 10 minutes, couldn't you?
Oh, no problem
Easily.
at all.
Yeah.
It's never the pilots that are holding up a departure. Let me just say that much.
No.
So now we're done with all the setup, and I think it's about time for a checklist.
I do.
Checklist. Okay.
Okay.
Wonderful. So let's go. Remember, we've got our left inboard display select panel. Display select.
We have.
thing. We connect to the lower center one,
Lower
and then
center.
bottom left is our checklist button.
Checklist. Okay.
Ta-da! Here's a wonderful checklist. This is one of the coolest parts of the 777. This is a very clever checklist system. This checklist is aware of where most of the things on the airplane currently are. Because of course it is, right?
Yeah.
It makes sense. It would know. It knows that the fuel
It would
control
make
switches
sense.
are in cutoff right now.
Yeah.
Because it's so automated, there's so many computers running on the back end that it's
Yes.
aware. There's some things that it can't know because those are human interaction items. So we call these sensed versus unsensed items. And the
Okay.
way, this is a perfect demonstration right now, the way you can tell the difference between the two is this gray tick box to the left of each line item. You have oxygen tested at 100%. That's something we have to do, and the airplane can't know that we've done that. So that gray is a checkbox that you can reach up there and check. So let's go ahead and do that now.
Okay. Now, we haven't tested the oxygen 100%.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. You can test the. I always have a bit of a sim. You know, am I in the sim? Do I need to test the oxygen?
Yeah,
Let's
I absolutely agree. I never do, but I just thought we should
You're right.
we should probably
Let's be
touch
thorough.
on it. You know.
Right. You're right. Let's be
See,
thorough. So the
you know-
oxygen mask is here on your left-hand side.
Yeah,
It's in 100%. That center selector. Do you see that little
I
rotary
do.
knob?
Says 100%. Yes.
100%. And then
Yeah.
we press the test. We hear.
Yeah.
And we see the cat's eye is what that's called.
Yeah, okay.
Lighting up. And you can also, if you're in an airplane with proper speakers, the way you would do it in the real airplane, is you
Yeah.
would test the mask microphone by setting up your comm panel in a certain way and then using the intercom function.
Okay.
I doubt that is something that you can do in the sim
Yeah.
here.
It's even if you can, I don't want to find out. Let's assume you can't and move on.
Isn't it? So that's tested 100%.
Yeah.
You're right. I'm cheating here. We can go back to our checklist and we can tick that off.
Yeah.
And now we're being fully honest. The parking brake here, to go back to what we were talking about, the parking brake is sensed. It knows that the parking brake is not currently set.
Sure.
Right? So let's set the parking brake.
Okay. And in the real aircraft, you hold the brakes and then you flick the switch. Is that right?
It's correct. Yep. You set the brakes and then you pull that switch up. And now something you should also be aware of. Did you see how the parking brake just turned green? And
I did.
It's sensed. It's so easy. You don't even need to read the green items on a checklist. So you can have a miles-long checklist. And if only 3 things aren't sensed, the checklist is 3 items long.
I never knew that.
Unless, of course, you're being a bad pilot and not setting things properly, in which case you're going to go, oh, right, I forgot to set the parking brake. Oh, right, my fuel control switches aren't cut off. And that's a you problem. This is, I think the kids call it a skill issue. Okay? So something to be aware of with the parking brake as well is whenever we set the parking brake, we need to look at our center ICAS.
Right, okay.
Do you see parking brake set?
I do.
Okay. That is your actual indicator that the parking brake is set.
Right, so you can't rely on this.
Correct. You can't rely. Well, not only that, because you're not always going to be looking at that checklist, but you can't rely at looking down at the lever and going, oh, it's in the up position. It's set.
Right,
You can have that lever latched in the up position with no hydraulic pressure in the brakes, and the airplane will roll with the parking brake, quote unquote, set.
Sure.
If you have parking brake set on your center ICAS, it is actually set.
Yeah, okay.
This is such a fine point that in our operation, whenever the parking brake is set, both flying pilots point at the ICAS.
Oh, really?
So that we both are caging our brains on the fact that the parking brake is set. That's how important this is, because we don't like rollbacks or roll forwards.
Yeah, of course,
Yeah, so this can get dangerous fairly quickly. Okay, so anyway, back to our checklist.
Yes.
Flight instruments, heading, and altimeter. That's something the airplane can't know that those are correct. We have done them, so let's tick that box.
There's just one thing I've thought of. We are in inches of mercury. We should be in hectopascals.
Oh, look at you! Look at you being all European and correct. I know. All right. And then let's see. Are they synced? Yeah, they're synced across.
These two are synced. There's a separate button for the standby.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. Good deal. So then it'll say checklist complete along the bottom.
It does.
And let's get close in on that panel again. And now the normal button in the lower left-hand corner is our yellow brick road to the next checklist. Let's play normal.
Oh, yes.
Before start checklist, okay? So,
it's getting exciting.
This is a lot of sensed stuff. The thing in the real world, these checklists are customizable by each company. So they're going to match your SOPs very accurately. These, if I'm not mistaken, are the Boeing book canned checklists.
Right, okay.
I don't think that these are going to be community modifiable, which is a shame.
Yes, yeah.
Because it would be very cool to be able to fly with the actual checklist of the operator that you're simulating. But I don't think it's a thing. I don't think it's ever going to be a thing. So these are your checklists, and stop complaining and like it.
It is what it is,
So let's not get onto the before start checklist just yet, because we're not quite ready to go. We have a couple of other things to think about, like briefing and like electrical power and air power, performance, and all this.
Yeah.
We're not quite ready to jump at the bit yet. So let's just leave that up. We could throw it to engine if we really wanted to, but it's a bit of a chore in the sim to mash all the buttons. So let's just leave it there in the before start checklist for the moment. Let's think about takeoff performance, which is, if I'm not mistaken, the UFT. Am I right?
It is. Yeah, it is.
All right. You have experience with this, so kind of take me through this process.
Right. Well, I have done this on precisely one flight so far. We'll see how we go. So at the moment, we are in the EFB app. If we click the home button, you'll see that there are in fact 3 apps: ground operations, which we're not really going to touch on in this tutorial, but this is where you open your doors and get your air conditioning units and so on and so forth, and you can have a play with that at your leisure. The EFB app, which is where we were just now, and the performance tool. So it's very straightforward. Exactly. This is I believe exactly the same as a 737. Certainly very similar. So we're in the takeoff page. We will import the airport data from the FB. All that does, from the OFP. All that does is import the airport. So you still have to choose your runway. 27 left. Runway heading is actually slightly off, but I think that doesn't matter for the sake of these figures. Runway's going to be dry. It doesn't know about runway slopes, I don't think, but that's where we are. Then we can import this from the OFP or from the aircraft. So we've loaded our aircraft, so these should match pretty closely. And as you can see, they're within 600 kilograms or so of each other, so they're very close. You can use whichever one of those you want. But I guess the most accurate is to import from the aircraft, so we'll do that. And then we have to choose our flap config and rating and so on and so forth. Now, with your performance calculations, is there a preferred flap config, or what do you do here?
There is a little bit of thought to the flaps here. So as we can see there, if you select your flap config thing, you have a drop down with options, and those options are 5, 15, and 20.
They are.
Okay. Those are the valid flap settings for takeoff in this airplane. 5, 15, and 20. 15 and 20 are for short fields and or gusty wind conditions.
Right.
You want to get off the ground a little bit quicker. You want a little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit of a shorter takeoff roll, a little more control authority at low speed, whatever it is that you're concerned about. We can just select the optimum, but optimum is probably going to always try to get you towards flaps 5 because it allows for a longer takeoff roll, less stress on the engines, etc.
Sure.
So if it's going to be probably on you to think, ooh, it's 28, gust 32. I might want to think about a flaps 15 or 20. Now, here's what I would recommend. Do the first one, do your first run with flap config optimum.
Okay.
Because you don't want to assume that 15 is going to work and just go, it's gusty, I'll take flaps 15. Well, you might need flaps 20 for runway length or weight that day, right?
Yeah.
Run it first in optimum, see what it does, and you can always go up from there. That's kind of a good operating practice. Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
Anti-ice config, I would be surprised if you couldn't select auto there. Okay, well, that's fine. You can tell it what you want it to be doing. You could say engines and wings. Let's just run it at off because obviously it's a standard day.
Yep.
What's the rating drop down? What are your options for rating?
TO, TO1, TO2.
TO1, TO2, 1, 2, 2. So optimum, just leave it at optimum. If it needs to give you it's going to give you a nice big D rate, and you don't want to worry too particularly much about TO1, TO2. That's the real reason you do all that stuff in the real world is to longevity of engines. So if you want to kind of dig down into that, we're not too particularly worried about it here.
Sure.
And then I think you can import the weather and run the numbers, right?
Yeah, and we'll just have a quick look at this last one, aircraft config.
Yeah. So that's fair as well. The air conditioning config.
Air
auto
conditioning,
means,
right? Okay.
Auto is going to be what you're currently in. No switches. We haven't manipulated anything.
Yeah.
The APU is off.
Yeah.
Off is going to be a PAX off takeoff, which can be if it's particularly hot or high elevation, or it's a short runway and you're very heavy. You might need a little more power from the engines, which means you would divert that airflow rather than going into the air conditioning packs. The airflow would come inwards towards, it stays committed to engine thrust.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
And then you can also run APU to PAX takeoff, which is basically just a way to keep running pressurization and air conditioning through takeoff. But you're going to leave this in auto. 99 times out of 100, you're not going to have to worry about that too particularly much. And if you do have to worry about it, there is an electronic checklist to take you through that procedure. The wonderful thing about this airplane is there are so many checklists in that electronic checklist console in the center panel there. You pretty much never need to crack a book, or open a PDF or whatever to do a procedure. It's always almost always going to be in that electronic checklist, and we can show that off a little bit later once we're not trying to get off the gate here.
Sure.
So auto is fine for that.
Okie dokie. I will import the weather. Now, this is not the weather that we have.
It is giving you a bit of wind. This must be real world weather?
Yeah, I would have thought so, but I'm pretty sure, unless it's reverted, that I changed the settings in the EFB app. Weather source is sim, not real world. So I can only assume that doesn't do anything, or doesn't certainly interact with the.
That must be a safe assumption. Let me look up the Heathrow METAR while we're sitting here, because it had it was 240 at
It's
0
80
at 0 at
6.
6. Yeah, that's the real world. What 1018 hectopascal? That is the real world weather. So maybe we can just zero it out.
We can just zero it out. Yeah, 0 0 0 at 0 0. Is that the format it wants?
That should be about right.
And the outside air temperature, I believe, is going to be
should
15.
Be at about 15, or
let's double check.
Maybe 14 degrees if we're up a bit. 59 is 15.
59.
Yep, 59 Fahrenheit is 15 Celsius.
Okay,
so that's 15.
Great.
Standard day.
15. And QNH is 1013.
And 13 hectopascals.
Right, calculate.
Beauty. Ta-da! Okay.
Brilliant.
This is realistic. It is run as a flaps 5, TO2. So that is a reduced. It's just TO1 is like full beans, and then you takeoff is full beans. TO1 and TO2 are less intense on the engines, but
okay.
Some operators don't even use those ratings.
Yeah.
They're D-rate settings, right? Some operators don't even use them. Some do, but we'll just do what the EFB says it wants us to do.
Keep it
right.
simple. Okay.
So we can put this into the box now.
Okie dokie.
So let's go to that good old init ref in our upper left-hand corner.
Init ref. There we go.
Here we are. Takeoff reference page. Flaps 5.
Flaps 5. Center of gravity.
The CG is 27.98, so 28.
28. Couldn't see it for looking there. There we go. And the speeds, it's recommending 60, 68, and 79.
And it's going to be different, isn't it? Because we don't have our select temp in there.
That's right.
So select temp is going to be your 41, if I'm not mistaken.
It is, yeah.
So that goes on to left under thrust, 41.
Okay, 41.
Let's see if that works. Ta-da! DTO. Okay, so now our speeds have changed, and we can also go to thrust lim, 6 right down there, thrust limit. This is where you can select takeoff 2. It's on the left-hand side down there. So select that. It may get rid of our, so you have to do this first. Okay. My company doesn't really mess around with takeoff 1 and 2, so I'm not the most familiar with this part of the process, but let's just put 41 back up there in the selected temp.
Okay.
Cool. Now go back to takeoff on the bottom right.
Yep.
And here we are. Let's see if do those numbers match up and make sense?
70, 73, 76. They do. Spot on.
How about that? The airplane knows what it wants. Okay.
So we click to confirm, do we?
Yep. The real airplane, you'll have takeoff data uploaded. You'll request it through the COM page, and it'll upload push to this page. But that's okay. We're not. Sure. We're in Simland. It's a little different. This is your takeoff reference page. This would also be auto uplinked. This is where you can select if you want to modify your acceleration height, your thrust reduction height. Those are 2 right and 3 right, respectively.
Well, let's
do that. So if you want them to all be 1,000 or whatever.
I've got Blackbox's website up, and he's got some acceleration and thrust reduction altitudes, heights.
You're doing it properly.
For most airports. Well, not most airports, but a lot of airports. So we may as well use them, yeah, indeed.
There you are. So 1090 on both. That's when you're doing your takeoff, it's going to cut back to climb thrust. The nose is going to drop down, and you're going to start to pick up some speed. So you can change that. You can set it to 3,000 or 800 or anything in between. Anything in between and outside of those parameters. But the EO accel height on the top is if it detects an engine failure. Yes. That is the height at which it is going to accelerate and start to build speed after your first segment climb during the engine failure. So you can change that, and these are often SOP actually negotiated between company and airport, and they'll kind of talk about where what our procedure is going to be. The airport half the time doesn't even really know what you're going to do if you fail an engine, because that's SOP compliant and dependent. So this all looks peachy keen to me. So that
but sorry that I have to interrupt. There's a deliberate mistake I've made there, which is I've put in the acceleration and thrust reduction altitudes rather than heights, which is what Blackbox lists. So it shouldn't be 1090 because it's not an Airbus. It should be 1,000 because we're 90 feet. So that's my bad. There we are. Now I'm happy with it. Yeah. On the go.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's good. You're throwing me curveballs here, and I'm not catching them. Okay, so we can go back. Init ref at this point is always going to take you back to that main takeoff page.
Okay, right.
Ta-da! So, something to think about. Trim,
Yes.
5.25 units. What does that mean? How do we do that?
Good
You
question.
see, just in the bottom center of our screen here, we have this big pitch trim lever. You see that?
Yes,
It
I
says
do.
pitch
Here.
trim on it. Ignore that. That's an alternate system. That's
Yes.
We're not going to be using that. But just to
Okay.
the left of that, just below your cursor control device, which is what your trackpad is called,
Yes.
is your pitch trim gauge.
Right.
So, looks like we need to nose up to 5.25 units.
Right. Now, here we go.
Make it happen. It moves in 0.25 increments.
There we go. 5.25.
Beautiful. If you want, you can go to the flight control synoptic page and confirm that it is exactly 5.25.
I do want.
It will show you that information. So down there, boom, and then we have stab 5.25 center
So
left.
we
You
do.
see that?
Yes.
Look at you,
we do.
rockstar, crushing it. Okay, we are done with all of the takeoff data, bar one thing.
Yes.
What do we need to do?
We need to put the V2 speed in this window.
You're pretending you don't know how to fly airplanes. Okay, 176 in our indicated airspeed selector here.
Yeah.
Now that's nice and high, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, a big airplane. This airplane
Yes.
is heavy. Remember, 350 metric tons at max takeoff. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to have some higher speeds than you're perhaps used to. This airplane has that exemption where you can go below 10,000. You can go faster than 250 if the need be.
Oh, okay.
That's
Is
negotiated
that a global
between
thing?
airlines, and yeah. So it's typically speaking, it's an ICAO thing, and it's I think you may have to. I'm not a C-suite guy at the airline, so I don't know if you actually have to negotiate that with individual airspaces around the world, or if you just talk to ICAO about that. But this airplane has that exemption. So
Right.
if you get the airplane clean, and
Yes.
and it's 256 is your clean speed, then go 256. That's just fine.
Right. Okay.
So something to think about there. That'll kind of come in later. So performance data is done.
Yep.
Let's get the APU running so that the passengers can have some nice refreshing air while we do our briefing, kind of, and then we can get ready to go. So let's look up at the overhead panel.
Okay.
Dead center left-hand side, you've got that APU 3-position switch.
Yes.
You go to on, give it a
Yeah.
count. Da-da-da, it'll kind of wake up. Now, something else just happened. Look over your fuel panel, middle right.
Yes.
The left forward pump just turned on.
Ah.
Okay? So what the press light means is that the pump is not supplying any pressure.
Okay.
Okay? When the press light is out, that means the pump is pressurized.
Okay.
You can turn that pump on by physically selecting it, which we can
Right.
do now just for the sake of demonstration.
Yeah.
On, okay? But you can turn that switch off again. The
And
pump
it'll
is still
remain
on
pressurized.
because
Right,
the
okay.
APU uses that pump. So
Right.
let's rock the APU switch up to start.
Is there a time limit? Sorry, or a timing for which you should leave it in the on position before switching it to start?
Just give it a good count. One
count.
potato, and then go
Okay.
to start. You know, it doesn't matter too terribly much. You just want to
Yeah.
make sure that the computers and everything have a full moment to. I've seen guys reach up there and go straight to start and then let it go, and that's
That's fine.
fine as well, I'm sure.
Okay.
You don't need to monitor the APU start. It's going to happen in the background. You're cranking a big motor in the tail of this airplane, so just
Yes.
give that a few minutes
Okay.
to kind of chew on it, and we can get started on everything else. A couple of things to think about right pre-departure here.
Yes.
How do we know our APU is running? Look at your ICAS.
Yep, it's there.
APU running.
Yeah.
Cool. That's enough. I'm satisfied with that.
Yeah.
All right. Now we are in the real world. This is all going to be happening to you, but in the sim, you have to do this on your own. So make sure that all your doors are closed up. Make sure the cargo loading is complete, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
So we should be pretty much all buttoned up and ready to go.
Yeah. Should we have a quick look at the doors page?
Why not?
Yeah, they are all still armed.
They're all still armed. Everything is closed, and that's going to cover, our cargo doors and all that kind of fun stuff.
Yes.
Will indicate if they're open.
Yeah.
But you don't arm a cargo door, so it's not
No.
going to have a little green A in it. And those are sensed. So if any flight attendant disarms a door, or if a door is not armed, you
Yes.
can tell on this page.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Let's get some pumps and some pressures and configure the airplane for pushback. So let's look up at the overhead panel.
Okay.
Something to note, When we started the APU, it kicked off our secondary external power. Do you see that? That has now changed to a veil.
Yes.
Okay? Before you give them the little hand signal to unplug, you should turn off the primary of your own volition. So go ahead and turn that off.
Okay.
That way, there's no current flowing through that plug. When they unplug that thing, there's no chance it's going to arc or anything particularly crazy like that.
Sure.
Okay? So that's good for that. They can, they can disconnect ground power if they want. Next thing we're going to...
Would now be a good time to actually disconnect it?
Let's do it.
Okay, so we'll come down back to the UFT, ground operations, and ground power we can release.
Ta-da!
And we haven't bothered with a jetway. We haven't bothered opening any doors or anything like that. So
you can do that. Once you'll get a feel for it. We're just getting the airplane from A to B.
Exactly.
We're not simulating passenger loading or any malarkey like that. So let's go back up to the overhead panel.
Yep.
We need to pressurize the hydraulics and the fuel. The hydraulics. We have a bunch of switches and buttons up here on this center left-hand side hydraulic panel.
Yes.
We need to do these in a particular order.
Okay.
We need to pressurize the right system.
Right.
Before the left, because if you pressurize the left system first, fluid can flow from the left to right side. And we want it to all stay where it is. So we've already helped to do that by turning on the right-hand side demand pump, electric pump. Okay. Yeah. And then we are going to do a C. We're going to draw a C from the, do you see elec C2 pump on top there?
Yes.
We're going to go in a anti-clockwise C from C2 to C1. Okay. Turn both those on. C2, C1. Bottom left, elect demand. Let's go to auto. Bottom left, not middle left. There you go.
Right, yeah.
Auto. Okay. C1 air in the middle there, go to auto. Yeah. C2 air, go to auto.
Okay.
Done. The hydraulics are pressurized. Okay?
Yeah.
So that's the way that you do that. On the ground, we're going to reverse that C. Now we have the fuel pumps just to the right of that.
Yeah.
We can turn on the left pumps forward and aft, the right pumps forward and aft, and then the center pumps.
There we go.
Operating limitation for the aircraft. If they're less than, I believe it is 10,500 pounds, and the equivalent kilograms amount in the center tank, the center pumps must be off for takeoff.
Okay.
Okay. The way that this airplane feeds fuel is it starts in the center tank and then it feeds out of the wings.
Right.
The way that it does that is that those center pumps are much more powerful than the wing pumps.
Okay.
So they naturally overpower the wing pumps, and that way you burn fuel out of the center tank first and then the wing tanks.
Right.
If you have not enough gas, in that it's a big tank, the center tank is a big tank. If you have not enough gas in there to cover those pumps at all times, you could, in theory, get some cavitation in those pumps during your takeoff, rotation, and initial climb out, and we want a nice laminar fuel flow into the engine. So we'll go with the full tanks if there is less than 10,500 pounds or the equivalent kilograms in the center tank. We've got plenty of gas in the center tank right now. We're not worried about it because we're going 11 hours. But so we just did it properly, but that is just something to be thinking about. Okay?
Yeah. Now, we have a press indication on the right center pump. What's that about?
So the right center pump is just telling you right now that it is on and it is not supplying pressure. This is a real scenario that'll happen on the airplane. Don't worry about it. Once we get the engines turning and it's actually demanding all that fuel, we have currently a demand on the left-hand side, don't we? Because the APU is running. But on the right-hand side, the biggest, baddest pump that we've got there, the center right-hand pump, is on, but there's nothing that is actually asking anything of it, so it's not supplying its full pressure. Okay. So that's kind of what we're looking at there. This is one of those airplanes where when everything is going along perfectly, there should be no lights or yellow or anything on the panel. It should all be pretty much auto, dark, and happy. Okay. So let's see. We've got our systems pressurized. We've got our doors closed. Let's see. What else might we want to do before we push off? We could potentially do a checklist. Probably about checklist time. Now,
seat belts should probably be on as well, I guess.
Yeah, you can turn on the seatbelt signs. That's depending on SOP, is going to determine when the crew is going to turn that on. Some people turn it on the second passengers are on the airplane. Some people wait until you're about to push. The seatbelt sign is, but this is a sensed item. So if you left that off, you would probably catch it on the checklist here.
Yes. Okay.
So let's look down at our checklist.
Yeah.
Lower center, bottom left for your display select panel, checklist. Hey, passenger signs. What was that we were just talking about?
Yeah.
We would have caught it just now, right? The other thing, now this is not the checklist that I work with, so you'll have to forgive me if some things are on this checklist that aren't on mine or vice versa. I don't know these by heart. So it wants us to turn the beacon on.
Yeah.
Something we should also probably do is turn the transponder to transpond. Because we want ATC to be able to see us. Now, the way we're going to do that is the bottom right rotary switch on that transponder panel. Give it 2 ticks to the X-ponder's position there. 2 ticks to the right. It starts
off on TARA for some reason, so we'll do 2 ticks to the left. Yeah.
Exciting. No, we've been squawking this whole time. How fun. Sorry, London. They would get mad about that.
Yeah.
Let's have that at Exponder, and then let's go turn our beacon on the overhead panel.
Okay. Beacon switch is down there. Okay.
Beauty. Back to the checklist.
Yeah.
Okay. Flight deck door closed and locked. I'm going to assume that it is.
Yeah.
MCP V2 176. V2 176 heading 269 altitude 6,000. Check.
Yes.
Takeoff speeds. We're going to read this off of the FMC.
Right. Previous page.
Init ref, or that works just as well. V1 170, VR 173, V2 176. That is done. DU pre-flight is completed.
Yep.
Okay. Trim. 4.25 units, was it? 5.25.
5.25, yeah.
And those 0 and 0 it's talking about, look at the very bottom of your pedestal stand down here. That is do you see that rudder trim gauge right there?
Yes, I do.
That's that 0. That's the 0, one of the zeros it's talking about. This is our rudder trim. If you whack some rudder trim in there, go ahead and do it. Just click that little rotary knob over to the side and give it a couple shots of rudder trim. Let's say we don't want any rudder trim. We have a manual trim cancel switch directly to the left of that rotary knob. Press that.
Oh, yes.
Ta-da! 0.
Amazing.
Okay? Beautiful. Yeah. So we can just go 0. Just press that button. You don't have to, fit it with it like you did in the old days.
Yeah.
The third 0 it's talking about is aileron trim.
Right.
Where's our gauge for aileron trim? Do you know?
No, I don't.
Let's take a look at our yoke.
Oh, yeah. I knew I'd spotted it at some point on my last flight. There it is, yeah.
This is your aileron trim gauge. So when you're saying trim 5.25 units, 0, 0, you're looking at rudder trim and aileron trim. So that if that is sitting offset, a little bit of right tilt, a little bit of left tilt, that's telling you you've got aileron trim in.
Yeah.
And we had a flawless taxi and takeoff briefing. That's completed on our checklist.
Yep.
And the before start checklist is complete. Let's go ahead and hit normal.
Yes.
Bottom left, yellow brick road, right? Okay.
Yeah.
For taxi, this is going to be after push.
Yes.
So now we need to set the airplane up for our pushback, which means we need all of our engine instruments displayed on that lower center multifunction display.
Okay.
Good. We're getting it.
We are.
Look at that. Second nature, my friend. Okay. So now let's just go ahead and say, do whatever it is that you're going to do before pushback. How do you do pushback here? GSX, or what do we do?
So this is an interesting one. Again, this is a pre-release build of the aircraft. And one of the things that the manual says, or the documentation says, is that they've removed the PMDG pushback system. They're rebuilding it, and it's going to get put back in when it's done. So we can't use the PMDG pushback. We can use the GSX pushback, but for some reason, on my last flight, I found it very clunky. It sort of was juddering about, and it was a little bit weird. Now, both these things are going to be fixed. This isn't something that I'm particularly worried about. But just to prepare you, there may be some juddering while we do the GSX pushback.
I wonder if Shift P would work.
Shift P might work, but I think I'd probably rather a slightly clunky GSX pushback than resorting to that at this stage.
Yeah, that's probably fair. Shift P, a bridge too far as unrealistic sim is concerned. Okay.
Exactly.
Well, it sounds like they're down there. It sounds like they're starting to get stuff ready. Let's get the chocks removed.
Oh yes, that's a that's a good idea. Remove chocks. There we go.
Good. The chocks are quite enormous, so we wouldn't want to have those in the way.
No.
Let's see, what are they going to do next here?
Departure check
We just
completed.
get the
Bypass pin inserted.
While we wait for them to connect, I am just going to point out this is our third trip on this pushback, third take of it. So if there is any continuity issues, I apologise, but also you just wait till later in the video.
If you think this is bad, yeah, no. So while we're here for a brief moment, one thing that's worth mentioning is before we start the engines, we should have two ICAS messages displayed. We should have engine shutdown and TCAS off. And it looks like we do. So we can look over there to our ICAS, our display control panel there, and kill those ICAS messages. Let's squash those, just so that if something were to turn, some amber message were to appear during engine start, we would see that immediately as something that is a new message that we shouldn't be getting. So get your recall.
Okay.
Perfect. All right. So it's time to go.
And we want to face south, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Release parking brakes, please.
Right, here we go.
Commencing push. All engines are clear. Start at will.
So this is the judgeriness that I mentioned, and for that reason, I think we should hold off on engine start until we've completed the push, just in case the unmentionable events from the first take reoccur.
Well, something as worth thinking about as well in this airplane is that these engines are so large and so powerful that even in the real pushback, you can only start one at a time.
Oh, right.
Because if you get both engines running, there is actually a chance that you could overpower the tug and send everybody skittering across the ramp, and we don't much want to do that. So I see no harm in waiting until we're finished with the pushback to get the engines turning.
Yep. Should we have a little look outside? I see no reason not to.
I mean, why not?
There she is. In all
Looking
her glory.
Good. Oh, yeah.
And the grace with which she's being pushed back is... Sorry, go on.
Oh. No. It is quite... It's only a little bit shaky.
Yeah.
Well, the problem is GSX hasn't had time to work on their integration with this product yet. So
no, exactly.
It's the same wing as a 200 long range, isn't it? So that's something kind of... You get a lot more jet, a little bit more wing, but so you get that cool wing shape, that kind of tapered winglet and all that stuff that you know from the LR. So that's fun.
Yeah.
Okay, taking right along.
Yeah, just a little bit further would be good for continuity purposes. But,
Purely selfish purposes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this will do, I think.
Yeah.
Please set parking brakes.
Shall do. There we go.
Unlocking the nose gear.
Okay. Parking brake set. We've got our message.
Yes.
So, we'd like to start the motors now. We can start with the left side. So, engine number 1, engine number left, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
Turn the start switch on the left side to start, and then immediately go down to your fuel control lever and set it to run.
Okay.
Good. Now, the only thing that we have to watch is the oil pressure. We have to wait for that to rise, and it's gone up one tick, so we're good to go. On your lower panel there, the rest of the start is completely monitored by automation, and it will automatically abort the start if something that we don't want to happen happens.
Yes.
So the oil pressure is not monitored, so we just have to watch that ourselves.
Sure. Okay. And is there any particular reason for starting the left engine before the right?
It's all about what electronics you're getting running and what hydraulic system you're pressurizing at what point in time.
Okay.
If there is more of a reason than that, I will admit to you that I am not sure. It's just how they teach us to do it. They go, start the left and then the right. You go, okay, why? And they go, don't worry about that. I'm just kidding. But the book answer for that is not on the tip of my tongue at the moment.
Sure.
It's probably my safe assumption would be that it has to do with hydraulics.
Okay.
But there you have it.
Cool.
Looks like we got somebody else. Oh, they're waving. Have a good trip. Thank
Yeah.
you. Okay, so let's start the other motor. Right selector to start. Fuel control to run. And then what we're waiting for is that little red tick mark on the EGT gauge to go away. That's your indication that you have a normal engine start.
Right, okay, okay.
So that's going to be what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Listen to that rumble, that deep bass.
Yeah, it's glorious, isn't it? And would you say this is a fairly accurate representation of how the real thing sounds?
Yeah, you can hear it and feel it from the flight deck.
Right. And what about in cruise? Someone asked me in Discord earlier if it was perhaps a little bit too loud, the engine sound. Would you say that's the case?
It depends on what kind of headset you're employing.
Okay.
The cockpit is 73-ish decibels typically.
Right.
So it's loud. It's not particularly quiet. I'm listening through headphones and all this. It would be hard for me to say. I'm not sure if it's maybe a bit loud, but
yeah,
the cockpit is not particularly quiet.
No.
So having it be loud is probably closer to realistic than otherwise. Although what you're hearing mostly in cruise is wind noise as opposed to engine noise. So there's that we're thinking about. Okay, we have 2 normal starts.
We do.
So let's set our flaps to 5.
Flaps to 5, which is 2 clicks,
Look up at the 2 clicks. That's correct. There's no flaps 2 on this airplane. Look up at the overhead panel.
Yeah.
And we're looking if we needed engine anti-ice, we would turn that to on manually right now, but we don't, so we'll leave that.
Right.
The APU can come off.
Okay.
Great. And then we can look back down and hit a recall, and we should be just about good to go. Remember, before we pushed, we had 2 ICAS messages. We had engine shutdown and TCAS off. Now we just have TCAS off. So we know that our engines are no longer shut down if we needed further indication of that fact.
Yes, we do.
Next, then, you can stow that if you like or not. It probably would be stowed.
Sure.
Let's do an after start checklist.
Okay, after start checklist.
Anti-ice is auto.
It's auto. Recall's been checked. Auto brakes detected as RTO.
Correct, sensed, yep. Now, flight control's checked. We can do this with without the actual panel. You don't have to have the panel up. Most airlines SOP, but let's do it for fun. So select the left inboard on your display source panel, because the captain is likely the one who's going to do this, and hit your FCTL button.
Okay.
All right. Now, just like any other airplane, give it a full left, give it a full right, full up, full down, and the rudder. Now, those white boxes are your spoiler on indications. So those are the flaps and spoilers coming up on top of the wing. You have your elevator, and then you have your rudder.
Okay.
Now, in the sim, it doesn't really matter. But in the real airplane, you do this very laboriously, very slowly, because these are big panels that you're moving around, and there's a lot of hydraulic pressure involved. And so you want to be gentle and kind of precious with it. But we don't. It's a sim, so throw it around. Who cares?
And I have a very light joystick.
Yeah, that's hard too, huh?
Yeah.
So that's a good flight control check.
Right.
So we can say that's checked. Then ground equipment, maybe we got a salute, maybe we got a wave and a pin in the hand and all of that. So we'll say that's clear.
Either that or he's hiding underneath, and that's his look.
Wonderful. Follow the yellow brick road.
All right, back to normal.
Clear that out. Back to normal. And we've already done the before takeoff. Realistically, you're going to have quite a few more items on a before takeoff checklist than just flaps, but we'll use their Boeing checklist. That's fine.
Sure.
But your instinct was perfect there. Let's get our screens reconfigured for normal taxi. So put the nav display on the captain's side there.
Yep.
And then lower center can come to engine.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Awesome. Here we are. What are we? Speedbird 273 heavy?
Yes, I think we are. No, we're not. We've got a different call sign to that, but it doesn't really matter.
Have we? Oh, it's like 27 whiskey. Or they
All right. Yes, there's some
that.
letters.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. So, taxi to Hold Point Lowman is actually probably what they'd say.
Probably.
Via Charlie and Alpha.
Okie dokie. Let's do it. So, parking brakes off. Oh, and we got a ding. And we
did.
have cabin ready with a dot.
Cabin ready. Yay. So this is something that the flight attendants they have a button that they can push on their phone back there.
Oh, right.
That tells you that the cabin's ready. So you can take that for what it's worth, and the cabin's ready. That's great.
Right.
And we can continue our taxi here.
Right. So I've released the parking brakes. Any tips for taxiing, for starting moving in particular? Let's say.
Yes, of course. So your reference N1 here is what we're going to be. We're not doing with EPR in this airplane. Your maximum breakaway thrust in a congested area is 35% N1.
Okay.
On this big of an airplane, and we're not that heavy, you should find that to be plenty.
Okay. 35% maximum, you said.
Yes, in a congested area. Why is it?
Okay. Juddering?
that?
Why is it doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. So I'd have a look, see if there's anything attached, or...
Be maybe smoothed out now. That's just the sim.
Yeah.
Little
Yeah,
buggy,
this is
but-
just stutters on around
Yeah.
Heathrow, I think,
Yeah.
now. But it was doing something
Yeah.
weird, you're right. It was
Yeah,
bobbing
for a
up
brief
and down,
moment there,
wasn't
we were doing. We'll just call that a brake test.
Yeah.
So perfect. Now, while we're taxiing out, I'm going to take a quick moment to talk about the takeoff flow, what you're going to be looking for, rotation, rate, initial climb, and a little bit about some VNAV stuff. Okay.
Okay, sounds good.
I will talk briefly about it now. Then we're going to go do it in the air, and then we're going to do it again on the way down into San Francisco. So we're going to get 3 looks at this. So if you're like, wait, I didn't quite understand all of that, fully, we will flush everything together once we actually do. I'm a big believer of talk a little, show a lot, because most people learn by seeing. So for the takeoff, you're going to add power to 55% N1. You don't get your little ticks like on the 737 that tell you where 40 is and 60 is and all this.
No.
On the General Electric aircraft, the reference that you want to use for 55% N1 is, and this is going to be a little bit hard to describe. Once you make the turn, we can kind of get a little more in depth on what you're going to be looking for. Good turning advice, by the way. Wait till the center line is coming to be straight, and then walk your turn in.
Bit like that?
Nice, yeah, a bit like that. Very, very good. And when you're lining up on the runway somewhere you have a lot of space, there's a slightly different technique. But just in general, you got a big, long airplane behind you. So take your time taxiing this thing. Your wheels, your main gear wheels, are always going to be way inside the turn as compared to where your head is. So you don't want to take out any...
A bit too tight, wasn't it, that turn?
A little. But, you know, the beautiful thing about Heathrow is it's designed for massive airplanes.
Yeah.
So you have a ton of space to taxi around it. You're really not too concerned about this. Okay. Yeah. So back down to our little look at our engine instruments down there. You see that when you move the thrust levers, you've got that little white tick that's telling you where they're going to come to, right? So that's your commanded position, yeah?
Yes.
55% is if you move that tick so that it is, it's hard to describe without being able to point at it. Move that tick so that it is pointing at the leftmost edge of the EGT semicircle. Does that make any sense to you at all?
Yes, it does. So it's pointing here. Basically.
Yeah. Make it so that when the thrust rolls up, it's going to be pointing right at the left-hand edge of that semicircle. And on a General Electric, that'll get you 55% plus or minus 5.
Great. Okay.
Good Hopefully it's modeled that way in the sim. Sometimes those things are hard to replicate exactly. but we'll see how that works, okay?
Yeah,
and then once we get stabilized engine thrust to there, we can hit our toga switch and let the airplane take it away, and it'll push the thrust levers up to our reference thrust, which is currently indicated with our green caret on the N1 gauge there.
Yes, okay.
And we can see that that's 89.3% N1.
We can, yes.
Hello? Okay.
I do.
Perfect. We'll let the airplane accelerate. We'll give it our 80 knot call. We'll give it a V1. We'll give it a rotate, and we will pick the nose up at, it's about 1.5 to 2 degrees per second. Okay? It's going to feel,
Right.
you can, especially with a light joystick, it's hard to do in flight sim. It's
Yeah.
gonna feel fairly, your instinct is gonna be that it's a little fast.
Sure.
But this airplane will go fly. You don't need that kind of hesitation that a lot of guys kind of build into the 737 because they're afraid of tail striking it. You
Sure.
can just pull, and if you give it a good rate of rotation, it will pick up off the ground, and you'll be fine. So
1.5 to 2 degrees a second. So that means to get to 5 degrees, it should be 4 seconds, 5 seconds, something like that.
Yeah, like
Yes.
1, 1002, 1003,
Yeah.
1004. You should be at about 5 to 7 degrees nose up ish.
Yeah.
Maybe a little higher than that, but that's okay. You'll you'll get a feel for it.
Yeah.
But just don't yank it off the ground. But you also don't want to eat up the last third of the runway just accelerating through like 200 knots on the wheels.
No.
That's not good either.
No. Okay.
Then we'll get a positive rate, which we can look at our VSI to indicate we have a positive rate, or
Sure.
you can look at your radar altimeter, whatever your preferred technique is.
Yep.
Pull the gear up, and then we're in our initial climb through our acceleration altitude. Everything will engage.
Yep.
We'll see our thrust will go to thrust ref. We will
Yep.
see VNAV speed initially commanded, and I'm going to talk more about VNAV in a minute. Don't you worry. That's a whole
Yes.
3-hour conversation we can have. And then we will let's just focus on following that flight director at first.
Okay.
Once it jumps that speed bug from 176 up to whatever acceleration speed it's decided we want to go to,
Yes.
then we can start thinking about flap retraction.
Okay.
We are going to have bugs on the speed tape, green bugs that have numbers next to them. We're going to have a 5, we're going to have a 1. Okay?
Yes.
As we accelerate, the way that you think of it is as you pass a bug,
Yeah.
the arrow is going to be pointing up to the flap setting that you want to select.
Okay.
So when you pass the 5 bug,
Yeah.
here's hold point Loma, just carry on to November,
yeah.
Bravo 2 Echo.
I didn't intend to listen to you. It's fine.
Yeah. That's fair. As we pass the 5, the arrow is pointing to 1, so we can go flaps 5 to flaps 1. We can retract our first notch of flaps. As we pass the 1, we can retract to flaps up. Okay?
Sure. Got it. Yep.
If you're in 15 or 20, I'll just give you a little advanced heads up. If you're in 15 or 20, you always go to 5 first. So 20, 5, 1 up is the sequence. 15,
Okay.
5, 1 up is the sequence.
Okay.
Okay?
Right.
So that's kind of how that works.
Sure.
Then we're going to be just flying. We're going to be airborne. We're going to be LNAV captured. We're going to be VNAV. We're going to be accelerating, and we're going to have retracted our flaps. And now a little bit of talk about what we're going to see from the VNAV on this departure. This departure is a perfect example because we have some altitude constraints. Okay?
Yeah.
The first one that we're going to arrive at is we have to be above 3 and below 6. If you are in VNAV, there are 3 main modes you need to be thinking about. VNAV speed, VNAV path, and VNAV alt. Okay?
Okay.
VNAV speed, you should kind of think about as flight level change with vertical protections. Okay? So
Okay.
the computer knows that we're supposed to stop climbing at 6,000. So if we're
Sure.
in VNAV speed, we've got thrust all the way to our upper limit, whatever our green caret is. Okay?
Yes.
And let's stop here before we take the runway. We've got thrust all the way up to our upper caret, and we are climbing on whatever speed we have set on our speed select window, right?
Okay.
That is basically level change. But even if you have, say, 10,000 set in the window right now, it knows that we have an upper limitation of 6,000 at umlaut, so it's not going to climb to 10. It's going to stop at 6.
Okay.
Because you're in VNAV, it knows where to stop.
Yes.
Okay? Once you pass umlaut, it will continue to climb because we now no longer have an upper limit.
Sure.
Does this make sense so far?
It does, yeah, it does.
Okay. Path, VNAV path is the second mode we're going to talk briefly about. VNAV path is when it is on the plan, it's following what it wants to do, and it is intending to continue doing what it thinks, the little mental path that it has drawn for itself.
Yeah.
Okay? Path is fine. Being in path is just fine. If we were to, say, set 10,000 and then get to 6,000 before umlaut, VNAV path would be the mode we would be in at umlaut. Because we're supposed to be at 6,000. We're on the path. VNAV is doing what it's supposed to be doing.
Okay,
right?
I'm with you, yes.
And then, once we pass umlaut and it can continue climb, it's going to go to VNAV speed. Because it's going to go back to flight level change.
Sure.
If you're a little confused, real 777 pilots struggle with this in training, okay?
Yeah.
So you're not alone. The third and the most dangerous one is VNAV out. VNAV out is you have set a constraint on your mode control panel of 6,000.
Yeah.
Let's say we pass umlaut.
Yeah.
And we haven't received further climb instructions.
Sorry, that's too loud. Yeah, we haven't received our climb instructions after umlaut,
Yep.
yes.
We haven't received further climb instructions. Once we pass umlaut, it's going to go, well, I know your cruise altitude is 34,000, but you've got a hard limit setting on me of 6,000, so I'm not sure what you want to do. I'm going to put the ball in your court. That's what VNAV out is telling you, is that the ball is in your court. It's not on a path. It doesn't really know what it wants you to do. One thing that it's important to know is that on the 737, we have a speed intervene button that is, or excuse me, altitude intervene button.
Yes.
That is separate from the knob, right?
Yeah.
On this airplane, it's baked in. So if we look over at the knob, our altitude knob here,
yes,
you can press the middle of that knob, and that is your altitude intervention.
Right.
So if we were to say pass umlaut, and then we got to continue climb, we can spin in, level 140.
Yeah.
But the airplane's not going to do anything until you punch it out of VNAV out. Okay. You have to intervene to override VNAV out.
Right. So it's leveled off. It's in VNAV out. You want it to go higher. You select a higher altitude and push it in.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you can also get yourself into a bit of trouble because if we haven't passed umlaut yet, and you spin in an altitude higher than 6,000 and press it, it will delete your umlaut constraint.
Right.
Which you may or may not want.
Yes, yeah.
So that is something worth knowing.
It is.
But we're going to keep it simple on this departure. Our initial instruction is going to be climb maintain 6,000, and I'm going to kind of watch how we progress along the SID, and I'm going to give you a couple of instructions just to work out how this works, and we can kind of talk about it as we do. Does that sound good?
Okay.
Any questions on the departure before we light this candle?
Not that I can think of at the moment. I'll probably think of one just before V1 or something.
Yeah, wonderful.
But no, I can't think of any right now.
Okay, great. We know our before takeoff checklist is complete because the flaps are at 5. Let's get our lights on and let's get our transponder set to TARA, and then we're fully ready to go.
Cool. So when you say lights on, landing lights?
Landing.
Runway
turn-offs.
Oh, we didn't put our taxi light on.
We didn't put it. It's daytime. Nobody. And then strobe on and wing on. Logo light you don't need. You don't need during the daylight. You're just going to burn bulbs out. Awesome.
Okay.
So, and to be frank, there's an argument you don't need the wing lights either, but I don't subscribe to that. So let's take the runway. Parking brake release. Oh, and TCAS, by the way. TR.
Oh, sorry. Yes, he said that, and I didn't.
Yeah, no worries.
TARA. So that's all the way around to the right.
That's done. And then we can give it a recall. Okay. And we should get 0 messages on our recall.
And we don't.
How about that?
We don't have any. Great.
Like we planned. Okay, let's do it. And now remember, before you add takeoff power, give that, once you're on runway centerline, give that rear truck just a second to straighten out.
Yes.
Okay. And if you want, you can look at the rear truck as you make a turn onto the runway, and you can see those rear tires kind of turning outside of the turn here.
Okay, I'll have a look.
As you're taking the runway, when you want to start your turn, is the look dead straight down the runway to the right, and when your head hits the center line of the runway, start to roll in a nice, maybe 1,000, 2 1,000 count of full right. Is it not letting you
No,
taxi?
it wouldn't let me move. It is now.
Okay, now it is.
Bobbing a bit again. Something's a little bit awry, but anyway.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was
So,
sort of concentrating on my brakes there and why
No,
we
no,
weren't
no.
moving. So you start that again
Look
about
straight-
how you know
look
when to turn.
straight to the right.
Yeah,
Straight right out the window.
yeah.
And when the runway center line is, you're looking straight down the runway center line,
Yes.
roll in just about full right rudder, full right, tiller or whatever
yeah.
it is that you're using.
Yeah.
So when you hit the runway center line, just go 1,002 to get to about full deflection on that tiller,
Okay.
and then just hold it.
Okay.
Almost, and
There.
there. Give it 1,000, 2, 1,000, and we're fully in. And then give it enough juice to get through the turn. And then we can go to the external mode and we can see those trucks moving if you're able to multitask here. I know it's a bit.
Oh yeah, you can see
Maybe
them just
you can
about.
see them turning a little bit.
Just
So
about.
a little less on the steering. We overcooked it a little bit.
We
We're
have.
going a little bit slow, but that's just fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
here we are.
Get
All
it
right.
straightened out.
Trucks are straightened. Okay. Let's go to that 55% bug we were talking about.
All right. 55%. So pointing at
Right.
the arc.
There. Perfect.
Left under the arc. Yeah.
Let them spool. That's pretty close. And hit toga.
Toga.
Woohoo! Listen to those things scream.
Yeah. This feels right. This feels right.
Yeah. This is what we're here for. Monitoring our acceleration
80
rate. and
knots.
Acceleration 80 knots. Cross check. It should say V1 at you. The real airplane.
It
usually
does.
but I
It
think
did
that's
last
an
time.
option.
Anyway.
Okay, good deal.
V1.
Rotate.
Rotate.
Pick it up. Nice and smooth. Pretty good. That's pretty much bang on. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Keep it coming. Fly right up there. About 15 degrees nose up. Good. LNAV is engaged. Positive brake. Gear up.
Gear up.
Now, once we get to our acceleration height, we're going to go to thrust ref and VNAV speed. There it is. Thrust ref, VNAV speed. Let's get that right turn going.
Yeah.
Going swimmingly so far.
Don't say that.
So far. That's why I said so
Yeah,
far.
yeah.
Okay. Great. There's
That's
your
our,
acceleration.
acceleration,
Let the
yeah.
nose down. And remember, as we pass 5, the arrow's going to point to the next flap setting, right?
Yeah.
So we can go flaps 1.
That's one. I'm having to put in quite a lot of trim,
A bit of trim. Yeah.
which is something I'm not used to purely because
We'll
I've been
talk about
flying Airbuses.
fly-by-wire in a minute.
Yes. Yeah.
But
Flaps up.
the real airplane is. The way I would describe it is, it feels like you're driving a bus with very tight steering.
Okay. Okay.
This airplane has a lot of
That's a good
inertia.
analogy. Yeah.
It has a lot of inertia, but it's very responsive.
Yes. Yeah.
So it feels big and heavy, but it also feels like you can, if you ask it to do something, it'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're doing
Feels
just
nice.
fine. We're in VNAV speed, right? So that means
Yeah.
that our FMS is basically in level change. Our thrust is right at our limit of 86.6% N1.
Yeah.
Okay. And we've made our 3,000 foot restriction for this turn, just about. Here we are. Great. So now our next relevant constraint is we have an adder above 4,000, which we're easily going to cruise through. And
Yeah.
then we're going to get to 6. What mode am I going to get to when we get to 6,000 feet? What VNAV mode is going to happen? I'm putting you on the spot.
VNAV path.
VNAV path. Okay. 6,000 is also our MCP altitude. Let's see how that shakes out.
Okay.
We're going to put your theory to the test.
Could be VNAV out.
It could be, couldn't it?
Could be. In fact, the doubt in your voice makes me want to change my original answer. To
Or
VNAV
am I
out.
just being a normal KG teacher about it?
It's
Okay.
possible. It's possible. We'll
Yeah,
see.
yeah, yeah. So here we go. We're gonna find out in just a few seconds.
Yeah. Should I put the autopilot on at any point?
Sure, why not?
Let's
You can
do
go
it.
ahead.
Okay.
Well, you're done hand flying.
I'll press
Autopilot
it. There we
on.
are. Autopilot
Here we
on.
go.
All right.
5 to 6. There's no chime. There's no altitude alert or chime. VNAV
No.
path.
VNAV path. I was
Yay,
right.
You were right. So good. Your instinct was correct, and I'm glad you stuck to it.
Good. Yeah.
Let's stay down here at 6,000, just like the
Okay.
real London would probably do.
Yeah.
And we will let this thing capture itself and get itself a bit sorted out, and then we'll have a fun VNAV conversation once we get to Umlaut.
Okay.
Speed VNAV path. Here we are. We're leveling out.
Yeah.
Perfect. It's a beautiful day, isn't it?
It is glorious.
Beautiful day. Sync up that heading bug. Don't hit heading select. That's the center of the knob. It's not like that. You got to spin
have
that
to turn
thing
it.
in manually.
Goodness
Yeah,
me.
I know. They never fixed that. That's one of my chief gripes with this airplane. Great. All right. What do we think is going to happen to VNAV once we pass flat?
I think it's going to go into VNAV out
I think you're right.
because it doesn't know what we want to do. Our
Yeah.
VNAV path would have us climb higher, but we've got 6,000 in the window, so it doesn't
Yep.
know.
It's saying,
No.
I have been freed from constraints on my flight plan.
Yes. Yeah.
Why are we not climbing?
Yes.
And the answer is always Heathrow director, isn't it? So, here we are, making our way downtown, walking fast.
Yeah. There it is, VNAV out.
Just like we talked about. Okay,
Yeah.
does that make sense?
It
What
does.
just happened make sense to you?
It
Perfect.
does, yes.
Okay, let's say climb level 140 on standard.
Okay, climb flight level 140 on standard, so we'll set standard.
Yep.
And that's done it. 140, did you say?
Yep.
So we set 140 and then push it
Now
in,
it's not
yes?
doing anything. We have to intervene.
Push it
Punch
in,
it out.
yeah. Uh-huh.
Thrust ref VNAV speed. Up comes your power,
Yep.
and we are going to pitch up as we power up, and we're going to start that climb.
Beautifully
Thrust
smooth,
ref
isn't
VNAV
it?
speed. This is nice. From what I'm seeing, this is a pretty good representation with the airplanes.
Good. I'm pleased
So
to hear.
I'm happy with this part of it.
Yeah,
We're trucking and we're climbing.
we are.
This is, I mean, you're doing well.
Thank you.
Something that we can kind of consider is there's a million different departures in a million different places in the world and different speed constraints you can end up being too heavy for. So
Right.
you have to be very aware. I'm not going to say that there's something I can tell you that'll be your one use fits all solution.
No.
But be aware of your speeds. It is possible in this airplane to have a departure that holds you to a speed that is too slow for the airplane to be clean.
Okay.
Okay, so you might need to leave flaps out a little bit longer than you normally would,
Sure.
if that makes sense.
It does.
So that's just something kind of a little bit of a mental thing. Don't always assume you can retract all the way up. You have to think ahead of this airplane. Think about what it's doing. Think about what it's going to do, and you always want to be a step ahead. Is it
Yes.
tugging or is it just me? Okay,
It was, yes. When you said think about what it's doing, and I was looking at it, and I was thinking nothing at all.
What is it? Nothing at the
It's
moment.
just frozen in space. All right then.
Let's
how
zoom out
does-
your let's zoom out your range so we can see something on our. I always
Sure.
like to have something on my nav display here. Okay, good. There
Yeah.
we go. So
Now, 10,000 feet. What should we be doing? The landing
yeah,
lights
so
off. That sort of
10,000
thing?
feet. No, you don't have to turn the landing lights off. They're not hanging
Alright.
out in the wind on this airplane like they are with a
Okay.
lot of other airplanes. They're just in
Yeah.
the wing route. So typically, at least my company SOP, we leave them on until 18. Now,
right.
what are we doing? We're VNAV vaulting.
We are.
Okay, so let's just say climb level 340.
Climb level 340. So again, wind it up to 340. Push it into intervene.
Beautiful. Whoop, or push it in
Or
and scroll
just
down.
yeah.
All right, thrust ref VNAV speed. Now we can stop thinking about VNAV for the moment. We'll talk
Yeah.
about it a tiny bit more once we start to descend into San Francisco.
Sure.
But through 10,000 feet, you're typically going to do some kind of chime in the back to let the flight attendants know that you're through 10,000. So let's look up at our passenger signs.
Okay.
Okay, we have a no smoking sign on this tail. So let's the old adage is if you're going to do a double chime, people can unbuckle their seatbelt way faster than they can pull out a cigarette and light it. So let's turn the no smoking sign off.
Okay.
Give it a count, and then let's turn it back on.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
We're happy. Okay, so that's that. The airplane's going to start to accelerate. I'm going to be honest with you, there isn't a whole ton that you have to do.
No.
Here's something that we do in the real airplane.
Yeah.
Let's go down to our captain's seat. All right. So we're going to want to have other things, namely that COM page on our lower center display panel.
Okay.
How do we do that? Well, we because we don't want to hide all that engine information. What if we get a vibration or a weird temperature or weird pressure? Okay. So here's how we're going to do this.
Yes.
This is a bit of a process. So for those watching, just re-watch this segment if you forget how to do it. What we're going to do is we're going to go down to your display select panel, and we're going to select COM.
Okay.
Like anything other than basically engine instrument. Okay.
Sure.
Now, just to the left of your yoke knob there on the bottom left-hand side of your screen, you have an inboard display rotation selector. You see that? It says NAV, PFD, MFD. Keep going to the right.
Oh, sorry, to the right. Yes, this one. Yes.
Yeah.
The brightness.
Turn that over to ICAS.
Right. Okay.
Okay. Then this is not technically like a Boeing thought-through thing. This is just something that we figured out that we can do. Now, go over to your display select panel again.
Yeah.
Select left inboard. Select your captain. You're going to be manipulating the screen that you're currently playing with.
Yes.
Left inboard, and hit engine.
Right.
Now we have a little compressed version of all of those engine instruments.
And why can't you do that on the upper ICAS? It just doesn't happen.
Because
right. Okay.
you can't manipulate the upper ICAS is why.
Right.
You can't mess around with that, right? So now take that display reversionary selector that you just moved to ICAS down there by your yoke and go back to MFD.
Right.
Ta-da!
Wow. That is a process, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's a bit of and eventually it'll be second nature and you'll bang right through it. But this is now beware. If you are in your display select panel there and you press engine on that with the lower center selected,
yes,
it takes that engine display away from your upper screen and puts it on the bottom, and you get to redo that process.
That's
so just
mad.
be cautious.
Yeah.
Be cautious.
Yeah.
Right? And remember our good muscle memory to revert that switch to lower center on your display select panel?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's go up there, and we also have a checklist to run anyway.
We do. Yeah.
We do. We're a little late on it, but this is fine. Hit our checklist switch.
It's always the way with these videos. You can't squeeze all the talking in when you want to. Checklist, yeah.
Checklist. After takeoff checklist. Look at that. They're both sent. Checklist complete. Follow the yellow brick road.
Cool.
Now we don't have to worry about checklists until we're getting down into the Bay Area.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
So we can put the COM page back down there.
COM page back, yeah.
And that, as they say, is pretty much all she wrote.
Fantastic.
Keep that heading bug going as we make our way.
Yeah, definitely we'll do that.
That's when you're you definitely don't walk away from the computer for like 3 hours or whatever. But the fun thing about the 300, and it doesn't actually seem to have done it. So normally for Class 2 operations, which I'm not going to get into what that is, but normally if you're doing remote planetary operations where you're far away from nav aids and all this, you need a clock that is running constantly. Yeah. And you need to know how long it's been since you took off. This is also helpful for your flight planning purposes.
Sure.
In the 300, it starts a clock automatically when you take off. In the 200, you have to go down there to your clock in the lower left and start it as you're taking the runway.
Right, okay.
That clock would appear on your primary flight display.
Ah, yeah, okay. I remember that from P3D, I think.
It seem to have done that.
No.
So maybe that's to be added later or something.
Yeah.
So what we can do is that bottom left-hand clock, you see it says ET?
Yes.
Phone home. No. So switch that to run.
Okay.
That is your elapsed time clock. For the flight.
And you normally use that for takeoff to
when you're taking
when
you're taking the runway and you get your cleared for takeoff, you're going to switch that to run.
Yeah.
on a 200. The 300 should be doing it for you, but it's not, and we'll just allow a little bit of grace there.
Yeah, sure.
If you want to use the chronograph, you can. You can either use that upper left switch, or you can use that switch that says clock on the glare shield there, up right where your left hand would be resting. You can press that, and it should start a clock, and then it's going to tick up once to stop and once to reset, and then it'll take you back to the left.
I see. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Sure.
Beauty.
Now, there's a few things we haven't done. You said 18,000 feet. Turn off the landing lights.
Turn off the lights. Yep, that's good.
Seatbelts can go to auto, I take it.
Seatbelts can go to auto. That's a very good idea.
Yeah.
The wing light can go. Wing light can go off. We don't need that.
Okay.
And my friend, that's mostly it.
Great.
So in the real airplane, you're probably going to start thinking about oceanic clearances at this point. You're going to start thinking about all that long-range flight planning goodness.
Yes.
That will make this a 6-hour video. If we want to talk about all that. So for the purposes of long-range ops, let's not. But there's all kinds of stuff, if you want to really dig down into that, there's all kinds of stuff that you can do to monitor your progress as you go along and make sure that your fuel numbers are all adding up and everything is being properly and correct.
Sure.
But we should probably talk about how to simulate a long-range cruise on this rendition of the airplane, which I don't know anything about. One thing I do know about, is you're going to probably have to step climb a lot in this airplane.
Yes.
So I know that this airplane can do auto step climbs. I'll teach you how to do one manually if you want, and you can also let the auto step climb do its thing. Anyway,
well, I tell you what. Why don't we talk about time acceleration?
Yes.
And auto step climbs, and then we can perhaps make a little cut and come back somewhere over the Atlantic to talk about manual step climbs at an appropriate time. How does that sound? So, on this version of the 777, you have this auto cruise section up here, and if you click on that from any of the screens, it brings up this little window. So I've got auto step climbs on from my previous flight when I was having a play around with it. I'm going to turn that off for now. We've also got auto time compression, pause at TOD. So what these do, starting at the top left, auto step climbs will automatically make the aircraft climb as it gets lighter. And all you have to do, unlike the prepared version or the FSX version before it, is turn it on. You don't have to set any other altitudes or anything like that. It'll just do it at the appropriate time. So for the purposes of this video, I think that's all that needs to be said about that. For now, at least, we will maybe come back and have a look at it doing that later on when it's appropriate. Pause at TOD. TOD is top of descent, so that's something that those of you who have used any PMDG long hauler in earlier sims will be familiar with. It just pauses the sim at the top of descent. One little gotcha with that is that if you do not have a keybind set to unpause the sim, you'll be a little bit stuck. So make sure that you've set one of those, preferably before you get to your top of descent and want to unpause it. Auto time compression, what that does is it allows the sim to automatically speed up and slow down the sim rate. It's really clever. I haven't had a chance to have much of a play with it, and you're best off looking at the manual for exactly how it works. But to give you the basics, once you're in a cruise segment, it'll speed up to the value that you put in this drop down here, so 2, 4, 8 or 16. If the aeroplane needs to do something during the cruise that it's going to struggle with that time compression at the setting you've chosen, it will slow down time compression back to as little as 1 time, so back to real time, while it does it, and then pick it up again. So it's really clever, and hopefully it'll mean that you can, dare I say it, go away from your computer without worrying too much about ending up in the sea by the time you come back. So that's max time compression. There's loads of stuff about it in the documentation, so have a read of that. The final bit is sim rate, which is essentially a manual way of compressing time. So at the moment, we're on a 1-time sim rate. It'd be helpful actually if I could show you the clock as well as this screen, but I think that's probably asking a little bit too much. But while we're still climbing, this should make it fairly simple to see. If I press that, you'll see that the clock turns yellow, and you'll see that we're climbing twice as fast, so we should get that sense anyway. You can also watch the elapsed time go up twice as fast. You can sim rate up to 4 times, and it'll go red. And you can go as far as 16 times. Now, because I'm filming a tutorial video and I'm slightly nervous about stability, I'm not going to do that. But I am going to go up to 8 times because I know that works. In my last flight, I did successfully manage to get it up to 16 times, and it was a little bit judging and a little bit worrying. But you can have a play with that, and your success will depend basically on how fast your PC is. So you can see even at 8 times we have a few stutters. We've lost a little bit of altitude. I would say we might even overshoot this turn a little bit, and we have. So it's not perfect, but it's good enough that if you want to speed up your flight, then you can get away with it, which is cool.
If we were in auto time compression, it probably would have unaccelerated for that turn.
Exactly.
Exactly. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But since we're doing it by hand, that's why it gets a little jumpy and all that. Okay.
But you know what? It's fine. It's bringing us back down to flight level 340. If you were away making a coffee, you wouldn't know anything had gone wrong at all. If you want to turn off the sim rate multiplier, just press reset. There's no way of reducing it back down to 4, 2, and 1 that I know of. I haven't tried shift clicking and that sort of thing. But reset is a safe way of doing it, and you won't suddenly end up in 16 times. Now,
yeah.
Perhaps we should have a general conversation about step climbs and what they are and how you use them.
Yes.
And then we'll have a look at the auto and see how well it compares.
Wonderful. So, the nature of the purpose of a step climb is that as the airplane burns fuel, it becomes lighter, and as it becomes lighter, it can fly more efficiently at higher altitude. Now, something to note, this is a 300 versus 200 difference. The 300 is what we like to call wing limited, okay? The wing on this airplane is not that much larger relative to the size of a 200 wing as the fuselage is. Does that make sense? Much bigger airplane, not much bigger wings.
Yes.
So the airplane will struggle for altitude because of how heavy it is and the size of the wings. So if you're doing a very long haul in this airplane, maybe, Europe to Asia or something along those lines, it is not uncommon for your initial cruising altitude to be flight level 280.
Right.
That is normal. We love in the sim going straight up to 34, 36, 38, and then just blasting over there above all the weather and all this. But in reality, this airplane can be heavy enough that you have to step from 28 all the way up to maybe 38 or 40 by the time you're landing, and that can be quite a laborious process. So we have to do many step climbs along the way.
Sure.
So there are a few things to think about as far as step climbs are concerned. Let's look down at our FMC first.
Yeah.
The best way that we can think about all of this is let's go to our VNAV page, the upper right-hand click button. Okay. Now we have a bunch of information here, but there's a few things that are particularly relevant to us. The 3 numbers kind of in the middle right-hand side, those are optimal, max, and recommended altitudes.
Right.
Okay? We live and die by recommended, because recommended is taking into account our weight. It's taking into account winds at different altitudes. It's taking into account the atmospheric conditions and all of this. So the recommended altitude is the airplane going, okay, for you to get there the quickest and burn the least gas, here's what altitude I think you should be at. Okay? Max is just that. You are going to run out of juice. You're going to run out of energy at flight level 349.
Okay.
Generally speaking, you don't really want a buffer there of less than 800 to 1,000 feet. It depends on your comfort level and what kind of what kind of weather you're flying through. If it's particularly rough, you probably want to be a little farther away from that max altitude because you want performance to spare. You don't
we're
want
a
to be
little
in a
close to it
where,
now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are a little close.
Bit.
This is what the flight plan recommended, and what the computer is seeing versus what the flight planning on a computer is one thing, but when you get up here, that this is all going to change. Now, something else that does affect these numbers, under econ speed there, type in 0.80.
Okay. 80.
Then put it into 2 left. And hit execute. Now, this should have changed our numbers a little more than it did.
Right.
But based off of your speed, your maximum altitude will change as well.
Okay.
So typically speaking, if you're going faster, your maximum altitude is going to be lower. Okay, let's hit 5 left, econ. We'll go back to our economy planned speeds.
Okay.
And then hit execute that. Okay. And then here we go. We can pick it back up to A2. So this is something that you want to be thinking about.
Yeah.
It's going to recommend step climbs for us. In the upper right, it says step 2, 360. Right below that, it says at 1810 Zulu or 1,263 miles downrange from where we are at the present moment.
Sure.
Okay? So you will also see an SC on your map at that point in space. There will be a little dot that looks like a top of descent that says SC.
SC, yeah, which we won't be able to see from here, or will we? How far can we go?
We're far. We
Way
can go 640 miles out, but that's a little bit half as far as we need to go.
Yeah.
We're going big distances in this airplane.
Yes.
So that is when the box thinks that we should step up to 360. And that's perfectly fine. We can also force its hand a little bit. Do you see in the line select 4 left, it says step, and then below that, that says RVSM.
Yes.
What that is telling you is that the step altitudes that it's considering is currently RVSM, which in RVSM airspace, you're going to have your whole, people going east are odd, and this whole thing, right? You've got your odd altitudes, eastbound, even altitudes, westbound, yada, yada.
Yes.
So you can either have it, so RVSM defaults to 2,000 foot increments because it always wants to keep you on that profile.
Yeah.
But while we're in, say, North Atlantic airspace, and we're all trucking along in the same direction on the NAT tracks, we don't actually have to use 2,000 foot increments. So let's put 1,000 foot increments in there. So let's type in a 1,000 and drop it on RVSM. So now you're going to see it's going to say step to 350, and it's about 400 miles closer to the jet.
Yes.
Right? Because it's a smaller increment. Does that kind of make sense?
It does, yeah.
So over the tracks, you can do it in 1,000 foot increments. I assume auto step climb will just follow whatever it is that you have set.
Yes, it does. I'm pretty sure it does anyway.
So we are not going over the NAT tracks today. We are on a random routing over Greenland. So let's take. You can type in either 2,000 or you can type in RVSM and drop it on that. Box.
Let's do that.
Oh, it
cannot
doesn't like
type
it. How about that? You can also type in ICAO on the real aircraft, and it'll do ICAO step climbs.
No.
Well, we'll go to 2,000 feet. Maybe if you delete it, maybe it'll take it back to RVSM.
Let's try. Delete.
That.
There we go.
Hey, I'm also top. Okay, so RVSM is going to keep doing what it's doing. Now, as far as the actual procedure for a step climb, once we come to that point, we can either talk about that at game time, or we can just talk through it now. It's very simple. We need to do something.
Let's talk about it now.
We need to do something called recruising the box. Recruising the box is when you tell the FMC, I want to cruise at a higher altitude than I'm currently cruising at.
Sure.
Remember our friend altitude intervene. The way that we do this is we set 360, and we'll just talk and rather than do, because otherwise the airplane will try to climb to an altitude it can't currently attain. We'll set 360 and we will intervene.
Okay.
But it's important to note that happens during this time is that upper left magenta cruise altitude will change to 360.
Right.
Right? And that is telling you that the box is now wrapped its head around flight level 360 being our cruise altitude until such a time as it determines that we should step to 380.
Okay.
Okay, so you have to make sure that you intervene. You can spin in 36, and even if you take it out of VNAV and go into level change and climb up there, it's still going to be going. Your cruise altitude is 34. You intervene, and it'll do everything automatically.
Right.
And it's very fancy and nice.
So it's the intervention, i.e., pushing the knob in that changes the cruise altitude to 360 and climbs it to that. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. Got you.
And then unlike in the 7.3 where you have to change a bunch of other stuff, that's pretty much it in this airplane.
Sure.
Spin, push. Because once you spin the altitude bug off of 340, right, the FMC is kind of like, I'm not entirely sure what you want, but once it gets to 36, it's going to go back into VNAV pass, and we're all happy.
Yeah.
Because we're in VNAV path right now, you may have noticed. Even though we're level at an altitude,
Yeah.
we are currently in VNAV path because 340 is the plan.
Yes.
The
Yeah.
VNAV is happy. We're on the path that it is planned.
Yeah. Yeah.
Here we are, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So that's what your modes are going to look like at cruise.
Yes.
Speed, LNAV, VNAV path.
Yeah.
And that's mostly it for step climbs. It's not a particularly complicated process.
No.
You just spin, push, and then off you go.
Okay, so we should have at least 2 step climbs en route, right?
Yeah, probably. I would
So-
anticipate about 2.
Yeah. So why don't we then come back just before the next step climb is due, do it as an auto step climb,
Yeah.
and then come back again before the next one and do it manually, just to sort of drum that home.
Perfect. Let's do
Okay.
it.
In that case, viewers, we shall see you in about 1,221 nautical miles.
About.
So we're back a little earlier than planned because we've just had this fuel low center notification come up on the upper ICAS, and we thought we might talk about that before we get to our step climb.
Yes. Assuming you're going farther than, your Qatar to Dubai flight or something like that, you're going to have fuel in the center tank, and then this message is inevitably going to come up. No need to panic. We just need to make sure that our fuel system is properly configured to continue. So the way that we're going to do that is go to our display select panel there on the right hand side by the FO's. Yeah, perfect. Lower center, good. We got fuel. Click the fuel button, kind of top, second from the right, top right.
Got it? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Now, what this is telling you is that we have about 700 kilos left in the center tank. That's about when these center tanks are going to start to cavitate. They're going to start to not pull gas out of that tank very efficiently. So,
Right.
what we're going to do is we're going to turn those pumps off because those 700 kilos are a bit of a write-off. So what we're going to do, we have those center pumps up there on the fuel panel.
Yep.
Turn off just the left one and then look down at the screen. Because we don't want to do this fast. We're messing with our fuel feed.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, it is successfully selected from the center to the left tank. See, that's what's telling you it's pulling now from the left tank, right?
Sure. Yeah. I see. That's
Let's
right.
repeat the process for the right pump. Ta-da! And we're there.
We go. Brilliant.
Great. Now, this is an excellent opportunity to take another brief little foray into the way that checklists work on this airplane, because this is pretty relevant. You're going to interface with this a lot.
Okay.
If you'll recall, we just had that fuel low center message up there on the ICAS, and it was just hanging out there by itself.
Yes.
It didn't have anything else. It was just the ICAS message. If you see a box next to it,
Yes.
which we can trigger by making the airplane upset. Let's try doing this by, boy, what's a good one? Try setting the, well, no, that won't work quite well because they're synced, aren't they?
Yeah.
Set the, go up to the overhead panel.
Yeah.
Okay. Now let's, what would be the best way to do this? Let's turn off the right pack. Just go ahead and turn it off.
Okay.
Nothing could come about poorly as a result of this.
Okay.
Right
good.
pack is off.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, pack R, and there's
With
a
a
box.
box. Yeah.
What could that box mean? That box is trying to tell you that there's a checklist you need to run.
Okay.
And this airplane is so clever, it's going to lead you by the nose directly to the checklist that it wants you to complete. So go
Right.
ahead and hit checklist, bottom left.
Okay. Ah.
Ta-da!
There
Pack
it is.
right. It's going, hey, dummy, the right pack is off. What the heck is going on?
Yeah.
First, it's saying wait 2 minutes. This allows time for an overheat condition to cool.
Oh,
Look
it's
in the
even
upper
got a
right-hand
countdown.
corner. What's
Yeah.
it doing for you? It's counting down. How cool is this,
That
right?
is very cool.
And when you get to a step that
Yeah.
has a time associated with it, it starts the time for you, and it'll run it down. And
That's
it'll
brilliant.
even, it'll even, if you need to wait and it's a sensed item, it'll even, once the timer's complete, it'll tick the item and move on to the next thing. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
So this is very neat. And the other thing that it's important that you know about this is once you open a non-normal checklist,
Yeah.
You can't close it. The airplane goes, hey, until it's finished, that is. The airplane goes,
Oh,
hey,
right.
you've left me cracked on this pack right thing, and
Yeah.
I don't want to be here. I don't like this state of being. Let's close this book before we move on to the next thing. So
Okay.
let's force it to first. Let's go to normal menu in the upper left-hand corner and select that. Yeah,
Right.
that's up either way. The 6 of 1, half a dozen. Let's
Yeah.
go to descent checklist.
Yeah.
Okay, where we were. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, in the bottom right, we now have a non-normal.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
This is the airplane going, hey, remember, you've got something that I really kind of want you to think about. Hey, buddy, yellow, it's like, hey, it's trying to get
Yeah.
your attention, right? Well, let's just pretend we didn't want to think about that and we carried on with our day.
Yeah.
Go back up to our display select panel and maybe put the COM page back here.
Yes.
Yeah. And then let's go back to checklist.
Ah.
And he goes, I'm not letting you get away with that. You still have to sort out this pack issue.
Yeah.
Okay? So
Yeah.
it's always going to try and take you back to an open, non-normal checklist. If you
Right.
complete it, it'll go away.
Okay.
Okay? And I've wonderfully wasted our 2 minutes of time.
You have.
There. And time. Wait 2 minutes. This allows time for an overheat condition to cool. Let's tick that box. We have done it.
Right.
Air condition, reset, switch, push and hold for 1 second. Let's look up at our overhead panel here.
Okay.
And we can hit
There it
air,
is.
press that button, hold for 1 second. And look down. That's a sensed item, so it determines that you just did that. Now
Right.
it's started to do another 2-minute timer.
Okay. Now,
But we know what the problem is. The problem is we're dumb and we've turned off the switch. So let's
Yes.
manually tick wait 2 minutes.
so this is what I was going to ask. You don't, if you know you've just flicked the switch or whatever, you don't have to follow this all through. You can just
No.
turn it
Obvious
back on.
corrective
Yeah.
action is this
Okay.
is kind of the thing, right? Is if you
Yeah.
know what's wrong and you can just undo it, just undo it.
Yeah. Sure. Okay.
But so we know that we're going to say pack right message stays blank. Well, do
We're
we
gonna
still
say
have the
yes?
pack right message?
Yes, we do.
So no, it doesn't stay
No,
blank.
it does not stay blank.
So it's going to lead you, and so now that it's just kind of put it in cyan there. That's telling you that this is not a relevant step to you anymore.
Right.
Because we
Okay.
didn't say yes. Pack right message shows again. Hit yes. It does.
Was it? But it doesn't show again. It just hasn't.
It may have gone away after you press and hold the air conditioning reset switch.
Oh, I
Okay.
see. Okay. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now it's going to say checklist complete.
Right.
This checklist is now done, and the box has gone away by your pack right icon.
Oh, yes. Yeah. So it
It's
has.
saying we're done.
Yeah.
We don't know why the pack right is failed.
No.
It's a mystery to all of us, and
Yeah.
we're just going to make sure that you're aware that this condition is ongoing.
Yes.
We're not going to force you always. So now you can go about your regular checklist programming, and it'll be
Right.
just fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Fine.
Now, let's hit normal, and then let's, just for the sake of demonstration, let's go back up there onto the overhead panel, turn it on.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing should happen here. It's just going to turn itself back on. Our pack right light has gone away, actually.
Yes.
That's helpful. Okay.
Yeah.
And then just for one more quick demo, let's go back up there and turn it off again. We're going to
Okay.
re-aggravate the airplane. We're really antagonizing it now. Look down at our panels. Pack right. Okay. The box is back. The checklist
Yeah.
has appeared again. Let's go to the checklist.
It hasn't.
Well,
It's
so
still
you
on
see
the
how
descent checklist.
No. So this checklist won't actively jump. I mean, the ICAS message has a box.
Oh,
next to
sorry.
it
It hasn't.
again.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can just hit checklist, and it should
Right,
take
it'll
you right
come
to
up
that
to it.
checklist again.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, we have a couple of other things down on the bottom that are worth knowing about and how they work.
Okay.
On the bottom of the checklist here, on the bottom of the checklist screen,
Yeah.
we have a few other options. We have item override, checklist override, and
Yeah.
checklist reset. Okay?
Yes.
If you click item override,
Yeah.
what it's going to do is tell the checklist, I don't care about this step.
Okay.
Maybe for some reason you need to skip it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Item override. You can override pretty much anything. Click it again.
Okay.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Whatever. If we don't want to do all of this, we know we don't need the pack right checklist. Hit
Yes.
checklist override.
Okay.
Done.
Checklist overridden. Right.
Right. Now your condition still exists.
Yes.
Okay. So this is not how you want to do this. I'm just teaching you so that if you get into a situation where the checklist overrides, you have a checklist that you know you don't need to use.
Yes.
You can override it like this and say, I'm not going to deal with you.
Right.
And, you know, go sit in a corner. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's turn the pack back on.
Yep.
Everything will be copacetic once more. And then
And that's gone.
the message goes away and we can go back to normal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great. Very interesting. Very useful.
That's a little bit of checklist kind of logic.
Yeah.
That's sort of how the checklist system kind of works.
Yeah. Very
Everything
good.
about this airplane is that clever.
Yeah.
A quick demo for those of you who love to simulate emergencies and do air returns. This will just be a quick demonstration. Up to the overhead panel.
Yeah.
Now, if you see the fuel jettison, don't worry, we're not going to dump any fuel.
Yeah.
You see fuel jettison, let's pull that little knob. So click the rotary knob there, the left-right knob. Pull it out. Look down at your ICAS. We now should have, let's see if it does it. What you're doing is you're telling the airplane, hey, I may want to dump gas.
Yeah.
And so what the airplane is going to do is it's going to calculate your maximum landing weight, and it's going to arm the system to go, hey, here's how much fuel you need when you land at maximum landing weight. So then if you go ahead and fuel dump, it will dump to maximum landing weight, whatever that is.
Okay.
So it'll always arm the correct. Now I'm not entirely sure why this isn't doing it. Go back up to the overhead panel for me. Let's see if we need to press the arm switch, which we shouldn't. But is that still? That should still be pulled out. Press arm. It's not going to do anything. Look down at the panel again. Ah, there it is. Okay. Now I don't do this very often in the real world, so
good.
look down there.
Yeah.
That's what I've done. I've done it in a bit backwards order. So we've set it to manual.
Yes.
Push that knob that we pulled out initially back in. This is not a very good demo, but push that in. Now it's in auto.
I see.
Look down there. You see fuel to remain there on the bottom. 47.5 max landing weight.
Yeah.
What that's telling you is that for us to get to max landing weight, we need to dump to 47.5 tons of gas.
Right. Okay.
And if you then reach up there and hit those two big red switches, it'll actually start to dump fuel.
Which we
don't want to do that.
We don't
want to do. Those are guarded switches. Yeah. Are you sure? The Are you sure plastic? Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So that's right. We have to arm it first. Now I'm remembering. So that's the way that this airplane thinks. If you want to manually change that amount, you pull that knob out and you twist it left or right, and that'll increase or decrease your value.
Let's have a look at that. So
so it says man now, and then you can go increase,
and it's gone up to 48.5.
48.5. So the way that you might want to think about this is if we're 2 hours from shore, we might not want to dump to max landing weight right now because it's going to take us a little gas. Anyway, this is all a big tangent. This is kind of PhD level stuff, but that's how this whole airplane is so clever. It's thinking about things at all times. It's trying to help you. It's throwing you a bone.
Yeah, it's very clever.
That's a very good little demo of that. So now you can disarm the switch. Crisis averted. We don't have to divert. But if you're going to hold out over the water, or hold out over wherever, try not to dump fuel over a preschool. It's generally good advice. That's how you don't even really hardly have to think about it. You can arm that switch and do the pumps, and it's going to start to dump fuel. There is an associated checklist with it, but and I would say do your checklist. But that's just something to bear in mind.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So now we can get back to what we were doing.
Yes, and what we were doing is what we were doing while the recording was off was learning quite a lot about time acceleration in a rather alarming way, and we thought what we'd do is tell you about it so that you can learn in a much safer way and don't risk ruining your flights. So I'll start at the end. We had to reload from a save, and the reason we had to do that was because the aeroplane became uncontrollable. The time acceleration went up to 16 times, and then it was suddenly very juddering. When I tried to click reset, we ended up going up to 32 times, and then we were getting a frame every 3 seconds, and ended up having to press Alt F4 because we couldn't do anything. So what we learned from that is that if you want to use manual sim rate increases, certainly on my PC, you may have a better one, and you'll find this out yourself the hard way if you want to. But if you want to use manual sim rate increases, probably best not to go above 8 times. And I'll show you what 4 times looks like out of the window. It's fine. It's smooth. You can notice a little bit of jerkiness. 8 times. Looks like that. And actually this is smoother than it was last time, but I guess that's because we're over the ocean and what have you.
Yeah, we're a little further out.
Yeah. What we then did was go to 16 times and regretted it. So I wouldn't recommend doing that. However, if we press reset here, then that will go back down to 1 time. However, if you turn on auto time compression, then it will limit itself based on what's going on. So we'll do that now, and we've given it permission to go up to 16 times. But it won't go up to 16 times if it thinks that that's going to destabilize the sim, basically. So what we've established is that during turns, it will slow itself back down. And it'll also do that if the altitude goes, I think, more than 100 feet out. Is that what you think?
That's what it seemed like. Yeah, I think it was about 100 feet.
Well,
we might get a demo right now.
Yeah, so there you are. It went up to flight level 341, and it slowed the sim rate back down. So having said earlier on that we weren't going to look at that during this tutorial, we really rather changed our minds quite quickly, didn't we?
Seems highly relevant, doesn't it?
It does seem highly relevant. So there we are. So that's how that works. And now we've settled back at flight level 340. It's increasing the time compression again. So I think that's all we want to talk about for now. And we will come back again and talk about auto step climbs when we are a little bit closer.
Yay.
We're back and we are over Greenland. And as you can see, we're just over 40 miles away from our step climb. I think we said we were going to do auto step climb for this one, so I'm going to turn that on now. And we thought that we would combine it with auto time compression, but just before I turn that on, just a little reminder of what we're expecting to happen. As Eli said earlier, we are doing RVSM steps, so we're going to be stepping from flight level 340 up to flight level 360. And with the auto time compression, what we expect to happen is for it to increase the speed to 8 times now, and before we start the climb, reduce it back down to normal speed and then accelerate again at the top of the climb. So let's turn auto time compression back on. Another note about 16 times, we tried it and it worked okay. We weren't in danger of the sim getting out of control or anything, but there were significant fluctuations in altitude, which meant that we were actually spending more time at 1 times while the plane sorted out than we were at 16 times. So we've decided for this system today, with this weather and this aircraft and all the recording stuff going on in the background, that 8 times is the sweet spot. Your mileage may vary. So there we are. I've turned on auto time compression. You can see the sim accelerating, and we'll see what happens when we get to the step climb point here.
Should be about 8 right there, I think.
Yeah. This is where what we think will happen turns out not to happen, and we have to re-record this section again.
Wouldn't that be fun?
Yeah.
And you may actually be able to keep it in not necessarily 1x for the climb, but maybe 2.
Yes,
or
that's true.
4,
Yeah.
whatever it can do smoothly, you know. Okay.
Yeah, there we are. So the sim has slowed down. We have flight level 360 bugged. And we've got the cruise altitude changed down here to flight level 360. So essentially, Eli, correct me if I'm wrong here, but what the sim has done is it's just simulated us winding this up to flight level 360 and pushing the knob in, right?
That's exactly correct. And so when we do our next step climb and we talk about how to do one manually, you'll find it is an extremely straightforward process that you just have to do those 2 steps you just described. So when the time comes for that, we'll talk about it. But the key thing that we really want to be kind of noticing here is that now on our VNAV page down there on our FMC, we have our cruise altitude now indicating 360. So that's how we know that the box has recentered its head on the fact that we are going to be finishing this flight out at 36,000 feet.
Yeah.
Or at least until our next step climb.
Which will be in 1,875 miles.
Oh, just around the corner.
Just around the corner. And as you can see, we're leveling off now at flight level 360, and we will expect the sim rate to accelerate up to 8 times again once it's settled down.
There we go.
And there it goes.
How about that?
Fantastic. So the other thing we thought we'd take this opportunity to talk about is fly-by-wire. This is something I'm quite interested in.
Yes.
the differences between what Airbus calls fly-by-wire and what Boeing calls fly-by-wire, or at least did when they built the 777. Could you give us a sort of a summary, if possible, of the differences?
Yeah, of course. Now, this is coming from someone who's never professionally flown an Airbus, so take that for what it's worth, but I am familiar with how they work because I've been a geek for a very long time. So the 777 was the first fly-by-wire aircraft Boeing ever made. Up until this point, it was all cables and pulleys, the good old-fashioned way, and also the, highly limited way, and however you want to view that. So fly-by-wire, by definition, only means that rather than physical cables connecting the control columns to hydraulic actuators that then manipulate the actual control surfaces, you are manipulating the control column, and that is talking to one or more computers. That's all fly-by-wire means. You could consider it fly-by-wire versus fly-by-cable. That's about the right way to think about it.
Okay.
Although ironically, no, I'm not going down that road. You'd think of cables and wires being the opposite of what they mean in this case, but anyway. So what the point is that fly-by-wire depends. It depends on what you're flying. In an Airbus, the way that you kind of want to think about it in an Airbus is you're never really out of autopilot. It's always sort of in a control wheel steering mode. And this is everybody's favorite way to think about the Airbus, right? Is that if you pull it up to 8 degrees nose up and you roll it over into a 20-degree left bank and let go of the stick, the airplane will work to keep that pitch and bank until the cows come home. It'll do this climbing turn at 20 degrees of bank until told to do otherwise by either you or the autopilot, right?
Yes.
Boeing has levels of protection and simulation into their fly-by-wire system inherently. It's baked in. So when you manipulate the controls on a Boeing, on a 777 in particular that's fly-by-wire, you are talking to a computer that is interpreting your movements. That computer is then sending that data off to another computer that is going, okay, based on where we are in the air, a real airplane would feel like this. And it's then sending that information back to the first computer, and that is then sending the final data on to the actuators. Okay? So what this means is the 777 flies very similar to any other airplane aside from an Airbus that you've ever flown. So if you are, rolling around, you're gonna be able to feel the airplane. It's not just gonna keep that bore sight pointed on whatever pitch and bank reference. It's going to very cleverly feed back to you and simulate, and and if you pull the nose up and let go, the nose is going to drop. It's not going to, so there's all this kind of stuff that because the way that Boeing wanted it to work is they wanted it to feel like an airplane.
Yes.
That was their primary concern. Airbus didn't care about it feeling like an airplane. They wanted it to fly like an airliner.
Yes.
And so their concern was you just want to be able to point it and have it go and not have to think about it. Boeing still is keeping you in that loop and making you think about it a little bit.
Okay.
Now, I will also say there are some things that are baked into the Boeing fly-by-wire that are not inherently obvious or particularly highlighted, especially in documentation, unless you get into the really deep stuff. These are when you are trimming, right? If you've ever flown like a small general aviation aircraft or something along those lines, you're taught, at least I was always taught, you're not trimming for a pitch or an altitude, you're trimming for an airspeed, right?
Yes, yeah.
That's kind of the way people like to think about that.
Yeah.
If you were to set a level of trim and then add an amount of power, the airplane is going to settle at an airspeed, not an altitude.
Yeah.
Okay? The Boeing is doing that, the 777 is doing that, but it has, with what you're actually controlling with the thumb switch is that you're actually setting whatever airspeed the airplane is going to seek. So let's say you're climbing out in your hand flying, and you are in the climb and you want to accelerate to 250 knots, right? In a regular airplane, you're going to probably need to push the nose down a little bit, and you're going to need to let the airplane accelerate. But as you accelerate, you're going to need nose down trim, so you're going to need to trim forward.
Yeah.
And in a conventional airplane, you're going to be moving that tailplane to such a point as it feels about right at 250 knots.
Yes.
In the Boeing, when you move that trim switch, you're actually telling the airplane, speed up. I want you to settle in at a higher airspeed, is what you're actually doing. You're not manipulating the tail in the same way that you might think of in a normal airplane.
I see.
Okay?
Yeah.
They don't tell you what that speed is.
Okay.
Which is fine. This is all them, they still want it to be feel. They want it to function like a normal airplane. They don't want you to hold your left thumb down till you see 250 and then let go of the yoke and stop thinking about it. They want you to keep flying the aircraft. So you're gonna get there and you're gonna still feel it out and trim it out just like any regular airplane. But there's also a nifty little feature that we call blip trim. And what this is when it's settled in within about 5 knots of the airspeed that you want, pull or push until you get bang onto the airspeed that you intend, and then give it one shot of trim in either direction. And this will center that trim reference airspeed on your current speed.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that kind of make sense? I'll have to have a go at this. It does make sense.
You'll have to give it a try. And I have asked, and it is modeled.
Okay.
So it is in this airplane, so you can do it that way.
Yeah.
The fly-by-wire will also do a couple of other things for you, just in very brief.
Yeah.
It compensates for flap extension and gear extension. So there's no huge pitching moment when you put flaps out to a big jump in the flap setting. You go from 15 to 25 or whatever it is that you're doing. It's not going to get super pitchy and all over the place. And when you put the gear out, it's not going to pull the nose down as the drag extends below the kind of reference water line of the airplane.
Okay. So it's smooth. It smooths everything out as well.
Yes. It's that the end result of all of this is that it makes the airplane wonderfully. It's a joy to hand fly. Yeah. The people that you fly this thing with are going to tell you it flies like a 172.
I've heard that.
It's just so simple. It's just so straightforward. It all works. You don't have to think about it. There is a significant amount of higher level learning that goes into learning how to fly an Airbus. What's it doing? Why is it doing that? And in this airplane, there's still a little bit of that every now and then. But for the most part, you're going to be. It's going to feel normal to you. But no, there's all kinds of whiz-bang computer magic going on in the background that you're not even privy to.
Yes, that's really interesting. Yeah, great, thank you.
Cool.
Right, well, we are still some way from our next step climb, 1,360 nautical miles. So, unless anything interesting happens in the meantime, we'll leave it there and come back to you just on the run up to that, and we'll show you how a manual step climb works. So we're now 6 nautical miles away from our planned step climb. We've turned auto time compression off. I'm going to turn auto step climbs off, and we're going to very quickly rattle through how you do it. So you were saying, Eli, that you can leave it. It doesn't have to be exactly on the money. You can do it a little bit early, a little bit late. So let's do it now.
Yeah, exactly. As we discussed before, all the box is doing is spinning the altitude up to 380 and then pressing altitude intervene in the middle. So let's go to the VNAV page really quick.
Yeah, so
and
look at the VNAV.
There it is.
Flight level 360.
Perfect. We've spun it up. It says step climb now, so hit it.
And there it is, cruise alt, flight level 380.
And now it's telling you that it doesn't think we're going to make it up to 400. We're not going to need to get up there. So it'll say step to 400 at none. And that's how you know that you're not stepping anymore.
So this is as high as we're going.
That's all there is to it.
Great. Well, I think that's all you need to see of that. We've talked through it enough. So we will see you somewhere near the top of descent and talk a little bit about how we get back down to the ground. See you soon.
Perfect.
So we are nearly there. We are only 32 nautical miles from our top of descent. We'll be starting down in about 4 minutes. Eli, tell us everything about descending.
Boy, I'll tell you, it's actually simple in this airplane. You have to be aware of what the airplane is doing. You have to keep up with it, but it's not that hard. You don't even have to push the button like an Airbus or anything along those lines.
Okay.
So let's say that we've looked over all of the altitudes on our arrival, and they're all in there and correct, which they
Yes.
should be.
Yes.
The bottom altitude for this arrival is looking like bricks at 11,000 feet. So there it all is, cork, and then bricks should be next. There it is.
11,000 feet, yeah.
So let's spin in 11,000 on our altitude selector.
Okay. There we go.
Okay. That is most of the work done.
Fantastic, right?
I would recommend that you take a moment, make sure that all the fixes line up with all the waypoints on your arrival. But
Yes.
that's all you really need to do for this airplane to get it started downhill.
Right. Well, fortunately, we've been in the air for nearly 10 hours, so we've had loads of time to do that, and I've
So much
definitely
time.
checked them over multiple times.
Yeah, about 4,500 times probably.
Yeah.
So what you need to do as the airplane descends is keep up with it and be aware of what it's doing. Remember, I said that we would talk a little bit about those VNAV modes again before we started downhill.
Yes, I do.
Our main VNAV modes are path, speed, and alt.
Yeah.
Okay? During this descent phase, we're not going to deal with alt too terribly much, unless, of course, we should get an intermediate level off from air traffic control. Maybe they tell you stop descent at flight level 200 or something like that.
Yeah.
The other two modes, though, we are going to play with. When we hit the top of descent, we're going to stay in VNAV path in all likelihood. So what it's going to do is the airplane has mentally planned its little path, ideally from TOD all the way down to bricks at 1,000, complying with all of your constraints.
Yes.
So if all goes perfectly, we should stay in path the whole way down.
Yes,
and our
sure.
thrust should be close to idle, because we don't want to be burning gas running downhill.
No.
There's no point. So we should just have it be VNAV path, and then we can just watch it and monitor it. Now,
Okay.
as will happen so often to everybody, you'll get maybe a little high. You don't usually end up getting low, you end up getting a little bit high.
Okay.
If you get too high above the path, the airplane will give up on path mode and say, hey, we're not going to make it. I don't know what you want me to do, but what I do know is that I'm not going to overspeed myself. So it will revert to VNAV speed mode, which will give you speed protection, and the nose will come up and a bad situation gets worse.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Now, it doesn't tell you exactly what those parameters are, and I think that different FMS configurations can have those be different amounts.
Yeah.
But basically what you want to be aware of is whether you are in speed or whether you are in path. And speed should kind of get you the hairs on the back of your neck standing up just a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. You should be going, is it supposed to be doing this? Am I staying on the path? What's happening?
So just to get that clear in my mind, if it goes into speed, that means that most likely we are high, and it's protecting us from overspeeding by decreasing the descent rate and raising the nose.
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. It's going to go, listen, man, I can't save you from being high on this path, but I can save you from overspeeding.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a choice. and so here we are, top of descent, idle thrust, VNAV path, right? Just like we talked about what it was going to try and do.
Yeah.
So your power levers are going to come all the way back, and this all happens very smoothly and slowly. And then we are descending, and this looks just like your descent on a 737. We have our vertical kind of situation indicator, both on our primary flight display by the altitude tape, and on our nav display that's telling you exactly how many feet you are low at the present moment.
Yes, not too many.
Right. Now the auto throttle has gone into hold mode. Do you know what hold is?
I did, but I've forgotten.
That's all good. Hold means it thinks that it's satisfied with the power setting you're currently at, and it has disengaged the servos. So you can actually, if you want, in the real airplane, reach down and move the thrust levers, and they will stay, they will behave like the auto throttle is not engaged.
Okay.
Okay? So this is a bit of it's kind of an interesting little way that you can interact with the airplane. We don't need to worry too terribly much about what that's doing right now. Just know that hold mode is not the end of the world. Okay?
Sure.
Now, first off, I suppose we should probably knock out a descent checklist, make sure we have all of our landing data set up, and then I'll start to talk about the RNAV approach we're going to do.
Okay, sounds good.
So, we can use this descent checklist almost as a guide for what we kind of want to be thinking about doing. Recall, we can do a recall check.
There we go.
Okay, beautiful. Notes. A quick thing about notes down here. We can tick recall. Notes are if you have a non-normal checklist occur in flight that result in relevant pieces of information being added to your landing or descent considerations.
Yes.
Okay. It will push a note to your descent checklist page, and the notes will be right there at the bottom between your normal and your checklist override, your checklist reset. There will be an extra button called notes right between item override and checklist override.
Right. Okay.
So maybe you've had something crazy like an engine failure, and there's like 5 things you need to be thinking about that are relevant to, okay, you can only be flaps 15, you can only do this, you have to do that, you have to blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
It will push those to the descent checklist so that you can review those right before you're about to do the approach and landing. So it's actually very helpful that it will save those relevant things. But for now, we have no notes, nothing abnormal has happened. We can just tick that box and move on.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Auto brake, select whatever auto brake setting you want to use. You can run the landing data if you want on the tablet.
Let's do it. Would you?
Yeah, why
I guess
not?
you would do this in real life, wouldn't you? Something similar to this.
Yeah, you use them for landing data. That's correct.
So landing en route. Oh, that's interesting. Can't import it from the OFP. Is that because we did a reload in flight? Probably.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Yep, there you go.
West
So that's,
data from SimBrief.
it has no OFP.
Yeah. Performance tool, landing en route. There we are. It's got it already. What are we landing on? I can't remember.
28 right.
28 right. Okay.
That's the runway that's open right now.
Cool. 28 right. So it's populated that. We know it's going to be dry. Mm-hmm. Import the aircraft details. Now, is this using our current weight or is that our calculated landing rate?
It should be your current weight, if I'm not mistaken. The way we can check that, it says 210.4 tons.
Yeah.
If you go into your FMS and you hit init ref,
yeah,
you see in the upper left-hand corner, so it may actually be thinking ahead. We currently weigh 212 tons.
Yes.
So it looks like it may actually be doing a little bit of math and figuring out what you're going to land at. So that's useful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
So you can go back and run the numbers based off of that.
Okay. AC on, AI off. Reverse a config. Yeah, I've never been sure about this no credit op in op. It's the same on the 7.3, isn't it? I don't really get it.
So all op, it's not
you.
The way that you kind of want to plan your arrival and your landing. The best way is that you pull out the reversers and nothing happens.
Yeah. Okay.
And you go and you still want to make sure that you have the energy, the ability to stop all that energy.
Right. Okay.
So most of the time you're going to run no credit on the reversers, because here's the other thing that's important to keep in mind. The auto brakes work based off of a rate of G deceleration.
Okay.
They don't clamp to a certain brake pressure and hold, and they slow the airplane down at a certain rate of G.
Okay.
There's a little table that tells you what 1, 2, 3, all do.
Yeah.
But what you should remember is that what that means is, if you pull out thrust reverse on landing, it doesn't make your landing roll any shorter. It just means that your brakes have to work a little less hard.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. Yeah.
Okay. So that's kind of what we want to do there. So no credit is perfectly fine. You can run credit if you want, but it's not really that relevant.
No, we'll leave it. Auto brakes, you just choose. I guess is auto brakes 3 fairly standard? You start from there and see.
Standard is 3. Yeah. I would say just choose 2 probably to kind of start with. You got a lot of runway.
Yeah. Okay. Auto brakes 2. Non-normal conditions, we have none. And
but it's cool that they give you this option.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of options.
Yeah.
Yeah, really good.
Wow.
And then what do you add? Is it half the wind speed or something similar?
Half the headwind and all the gust. is typically speaking. Now we're calm winds, so 5 is perfectly
5 is
fine.
fine.
But if it were to be particularly windy, then you can kind of you can go, okay, what's the headwind component? Cut that in half, and then whatever your gust factor is, if it's 10 knots. But you want to, there's an upper limit. You never want to add typically more than 15 or 20 knots, because after that you're just being excessive.
Okay, fine. We're going to have to put all of this in manually again. Interesting that it only gives you a hectopascal option, isn't it?
It's probably because you're selected in hectopascal instead of inches.
And in fact, I'll change that.
Yeah, may as well.
So that will have mirrored across.
Yep.
But we have to do it separately on here, I think.
Okay.
Although when it's in standard, you can't tell. It's still hectopascal.
Oh,
anyway,
all right.
So there we are. We have some figures.
So the way I'm interpreting this is that, we will stop at 7,300 feet, but we have 11,900 available. Basically.
Yes.
Oh, there we are.
Good.
So that's plenty for this runway.
Yes.
So the other part of the landing data we want to make sure we go and do is put it in the FMC, our reference, our approach reference in there. So 30, you can land this plane. It's normal to land at 30 or 25. 25 is a little higher approach speed, little longer landing roll. Some people prefer it, some people hate it. It's up to you. Experiment, see what you like best. But 30 is a good place to start. That's, I'd say, standard.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, go for 30.
Okay.
Gosh, that's a slow VREF, isn't it? Compared with our takeoff speeds, it's really
especially compared to 737. Think about how much more we weigh.
Yeah.
And yet we're going slower than a 737 down final.
It's amazing.
That's another conversation.
Yes.
Set those auto brakes to 2.
Yep.
Beautiful.
So we can tick this off now.
Yep. And that.
And that.
And then for the sake of doing this and being done with it, we'll hit approach briefing completed, and we'll talk about the approach afterwards.
Sure.
Don't do that in the real world, kids. But if you're using this, I wouldn't. I'd say you have other issues. Okay.
Yeah.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Okay.
Great. Now this will do through 18, which we're nearly to. So the RNAV RNP arrival. This is one of the things that this airplane can do, right? That no previous rendition of a PMDG Boeing has been able to do. So we're going to put that to the test.
And that's why we're doing an RNAV rather than ILS.
Yeah.
If you want to know how to do an ILS, watch the 737 tutorial. It's basically the same.
It's very much the same, and it's very simple. So I'm gonna spare you the 35-minute conversation about how why we do what we do. I'm just going to kind of tell you how we're going to apply this approach, and we have to make a couple of little changes in the box, and then we're good to go. Does that sound good to you?
Sounds good, yeah.
Okay. So do these steps. Go into your FMC.
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to your index.
Okay. Index, yeah.
Yep, there. And let's go to nav data.
Nav
in the upper right-hand corner, on right. Okay. Do you see? Let's go. Or I may have taken you to the wrong page. I'm thinking about GPS inhibition. So let's go to. Boy, I haven't done this in a minute. Nav rad.
Nav rad. Yes.
Yes. This all looks fine. We don't want an ILS frequency tuned. So if you have an ILS frequency tuned, it'll be right there. Where it says ILS park.
Yes.
You see that? Okay.
Yep.
We don't want that. Go to progress page now.
Progress page.
Go to the right.
POSREF.
Next page. I apologize.
Next page.
Right. That's the way I talk about it.
Sure.
And then let's go one more. And one more. Go prog page 4 of 4. We're going to have to manipulate our RNP values. Okay. So, do as I say, not as I, or just do it as I say blindly, and then if we want to talk about it later, we won't have extra time.
Okay.
Go to your approach plate right here for the RNAV Yankee runway 28 right, San Francisco, California.
Yes.
Pull that bad boy up.
Hang on a second. For some reason, I've messed up my navigraph a little bit.
Oh,
no, here we are. No,
Here we are.
Us being a boom, it's fine.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. Bottom left, do you see under the minimums, you have RNP 0.11.
Yes.
Let's type 0.11 into our FMC.
Okay.
And then drop it on to left.
Okay.
Now what we've just done is told the FMS, we want you to comply, and we want you to raise the alarm if our RNP exceeds 0.11.
Right.
Okay? That's what we're telling it.
Which is a measure of accuracy, basically, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and right now it's 0.06. So
Right.
required on
Very
the
good.
left, actual on the right. Okay?
Sure.
For vertical, let's put 125 in. So type 125.
Yeah.
And put that on 2 right.
And where do we get
Now
that figure from?
Yeah, that is, it's complicated is the answer to that question, but where I'll leave it at is that allows you to remain within the tolerances of an RMP approach for what you need for maximum vertical deviation with a buffer of 50 feet that's automatically built in. You have to be plus or minus 70 feet or 75 feet, and
Okay.
the airplane will, the airplane has you can kind of just simply as a cushion of about 50 feet. So if you set it to 125, if we get to 75 feet deflection, it's actually going to show 125, which is what we want to be worried about. Okay.
Okay.
That's a whole other topic of conversation.
Sure.
We're trying to get this set up
Sure,
before we
sure,
get
sure.
into land.
Yep. Carry on.
So we're doing well. Let's check in on our VNAV. How's it doing?
Doing well.
Very
well.
Beautiful. We're killing it. Okay. We're below 18, so let's set our meter.
Local. Which is 299.1.
Hey. Is it 9.1 now? Interesting.
Is it not? Oh no, 92.
9.2
Used to be
is standard in the
91.
state. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. And then we can tick off that approach checklist.
Okay, yeah.
All right. We're really flowing now. Follow the yellow brick road.
Right. Yep.
Landing. Okay. Now we can leave that. Here's how this is gonna go. We're gonna get south of our last fix, and the airplane's gonna turn to a heading of 140.
Right.
After that, I'm gonna vector you on,
Okay.
and I'm gonna eventually give you direct the fix Eddie.
Sure.
When I do that, I want you to look. And we'll talk about this a little bit as we do it. But what we need to know is that our final approach point, and we can actually pull up the chart for this, is show and tell.
Yeah. I will put this up on the video, but yeah, for now, let's have a look
Okay,
together.
great.
Yeah.
So we can see that our final approach point of Dong is 1800 there, right? Does that make sense? Look in the profile
Yeah,
view
it does,
in the
yeah.
bottom. Yeah, so final approach point, FAP, Dong, 1800.
Yeah.
Once we are pointed directly at Eddie and VNAV is engaged,
Yeah.
we have vertical protection all the way down to Dong at 1800 feet.
Okay.
So we can spin that altitude in,
Okay.
right? Does that make sense? Because
It does.
VNAV's going to protect us on the way down.
Yeah. So I should do that now. 1800 feet.
No.
No, not
Because
yet.
we
Okay.
still have the bottom of the star to be concerned about, and I'm going to vector you and give you altitude.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
we
No
do.
worries at all. So we're gonna talk about this, and then we'll do it, and I'll remember this. So once
Okay.
we get direct Eddie, we can set in the final approach point altitude, because once we are hooked up in LNAV and in VNAV, we are vertically protected all the way down to whatever our lowest relevant altitude
Yeah.
is in the box. Okay?
Yeah.
Great. Next, once we get onto an established portion of the approach, which is past Eddie,
Yes.
we can set touchdown zone elevation.
Okay. Which is 13
What we're doing
feet.
here is because otherwise the airplane will descend and level off at whatever we have in the mode control panel window.
Yeah.
And we don't want it to level off at 800 feet because or 1800 feet, and it'll just stay there. So we're going to set touchdown zone elevation, and then later on we'll reset it for the missed approach, which is probably what you were kind of thinking about. Well, what if I need to go missed? I don't want to go to 100
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah.
That's fine. We'll reset that later. Okay.
Okay.
But for the time being, this is kind of what we have to do. You can call it dialing the dirt if you want to, but you can only
I
do
do.
that once you're on one of these established legs on the approach.
Okay.
Okay. That is the meat of it. Okay. It's knowing when to do what, and then there's a little bit of airspeed management that you have to sometimes do. And I'm not going to go into when the airplane is in approach mode versus not. Just what I will say is, be a good pilot, fly the airplane, watch your speed, and
Okay.
be aware of what it's doing. Okay. It might not be doing what you expect. Now,
Okay.
this is a good moment to quickly cover speed intervene. We're
Okay.
familiar with speed intervene from the 737, aren't we?
We are.
How do we do that in this airplane? We don't have a button. Well, they baked it in, just like altitude intervened. So push the center of your speed knob, which is your leftmost knob on the mode control panel there.
Okay.
Boom. You've just speed intervened.
Yes.
Okay? You can now tell it to speed up, slow down, whatever.
Talking of intervening,
Right.
we've leveled off at
We're doing
11,000.
just fine. And our altitude at Bricks is 11,000, which is a few miles ahead of us. So we're okay for the moment.
Cool.
Right? So if you want to give it the speed back to VNAV and let VNAV do whatever VNAV thinks you should be doing, press the button again.
Okay.
We call this closing the window.
Okay.
It's now closed, and you've given the FMC control of your speed button.
Yeah.
Do me a favor and zoom in just a little bit so I can kind of see what I'm doing here.
To the...
Your map, I'm sorry.
Oh,
You
to the
zoom
map.
your map in.
Oh, to the map,
range,
sorry, yeah.
range down to like 20 miles.
Yeah,
That's on me. I usually don't have to worry about mouse scroll wheels and stuff
Yeah.
while I'm talking about this.
Yeah,
And at the same time, we want our landing data, or our engine data to be back presented to us. So finally, we can release that checklist page, display select panel, engine on the lower center.
Okay.
Cool. Now, I've thrown a lot of stuff out very quickly. If you have questions about this process, I would recommend to your viewers just re-watch this and focus on the part that you may not have missed. I talk fast and there's a lot to talk about, but we're going to make sure that we get all of the boxes ticked, and then we will be, and if you need to review any section of it, that would probably be the better way to do it, because like I said, we could be paused and I could explain this to you for an hour and a half, but we don't want to do that. We're just going to watch and do.
So we're back. We had a little bit of an issue there with the pre-release build, but all's well now. We've reloaded from a save, and we are currently just over a mile from Cork.
Get a little bit of extra time with us. Okay. So we are coming down. We're almost done with the arrival here. Let's make sure that our seatbelt sign is on, our exterior lights are configured properly. We can look up at the overhead panel and knock that out.
Seatbelts on, landing lights on. Do we do runway turn-offs and taxi at the same time?
Runway turn-offs, yeah, and taxi, yeah, as well. And then we can turn the wing light on, too.
Okay, grand.
Just basically all the same ones. And you know, logo is a personal preference. You can either do it or don't. You really can't see it in the full daylight, so
Right, okay.
you know, save your virtual light bulbs or don't. That's up to you.
Yes. The airport's down there, just to point that out to anyone who has no idea where we are. It's quite
There
exciting.
it is. Yeah, there it is. Beautiful day. Good looking airport. So, just a couple of kind of things I'm going to talk through a little bit sequence-wise as we get down there, and I want to talk a little bit about the landing flare right now so that we're not time compressed on that.
Sounds good.
The landing flare, you can take manual control kind of whenever you want, but for an RNP, generally it's advisable to not fly any of the curved segments yourself, because you know those are the most shall we say potentially dangerous parts of an RNAV approach. Those are, you know, if you're curving the course, it means you're probably going between something or around something, so you don't want to hand fly those. So we'll just have you disconnect the autopilot once we get straightened out on final, and then you can get a re-feel for kind of how the airplane feels, and then you can land the jet.
Okay.
As we come down into the flare, really, I want you to keep it pretty bang on the visual, the PAPI down there, until you get to about 30 feet. And all I want you to do at 30 is just check your descent rate a little bit. Just pop that nose up just a tiny bit, and the ground effect that the airplane comes into and that long wing that you have will do most of the rest of the work for you. You don't need to really over flare this airplane, especially the 300 version is very long. You don't want to risk any kind of tail strike or anything like that. Does that all kind of seem, I know it sounds simple. You're like, big airplane, must be a big complicated landing flare procedure, but it really isn't. Does that make sense to you?
It does. So you're not really pulling the nose up in the same way that you would in a 737. You're just arresting the descent rate a tiny bit to smooth it out. Okay, sounds good.
In the 737, you're trying to avoid a crash. In this airplane, you're just allowing it to, you know, kind of gently settle onto the runway. And those gear, those cantilevered gear will help you with that as well, because you can kind of feel out the ground with those before the rubber really meets the road and you set the strut down on the ground. Okay?
Yeah, okay.
Cool. Let's do this. Descend and maintain 8,000.
Descend and maintain 8,000.
Yes.
Okay.
And my recommendation as well would actually be to take it out of VNAV here, because we are in VNAV at the moment, but we're on this kind of imaginary path to nowhere. After bricks, we're just on a vector leg. This will fly us all the way down to South America. So what we should probably do is you can do level change. That would be the best way to do it, I would say, at this point.
Okay.
Level change, you notice your speed window opens up there. Now you have manual control of your speed because you're no longer in VNAV.
Yes.
Our flight management modes are hold, LNAV, and flight level change speed, and that is all just about what we would want.
Okay. And we're happy with 240 knots?
240 knots is okay for now because we're trying to get out there past Eddie. We'll slow up once we come around the corner. That is one thing as well on this approach, for the purposes of slowing everything down. We're going to configure a little bit earlier. We're probably going to aim to be fully configured just after what's that fix there? Guts, I think, is the last fix before the final approach fix.
Yes.
So we'll aim to be like gear down, flaps 30, and everything just after guts. That way, this whatever. There's a million different SOPs out there in all the airlines, and they all have you have to be this at this point and set like this. We're just gonna do the SOP of us today, get configured nice and early, and then good. You can always be a hot dog later on if you want and get configured super late and bring it screaming in. But that's not what we're trying to do.
I've never heard that phrase. I like it.
For demonstration purposes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okie dokie. Sounds good.
Real quick, let's take a heading of 160 just to kind of square this turn off a little bit better with Eddie.
Okay.
160, and then of course the center of that bug is the heading select mode.
Sure.
Boom. We haven't done that yet, so we've been pretty much LNAV this entire time up.
We have since takeoff, haven't we? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We get to explore a couple more autopilot modes here.
Lovely.
Yes. There's that. Looking good. Coming down real nice.
Yep.
Looks like speed mode and out mode have captured. What were you about to say?
I was just going to ask, it's obviously still got some sort of vertical profile suggestion for us, even though we're not on course. Is that just a sort of guess as to if we were to go direct to our next waypoint now, that's what it would be? Or do you know how that's calculated? More or less. Okay.
Exactly how that works, you would need an avionics engineer to tell you exactly what that is doing.
Yeah.
But in general, it's trying to kind of go, okay, if we were to turn around and go to Eddie right now, what would be the best way to keep our path all the way down to the runway?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not useless information, but most people I've found just kind of ignore that and do their own thing, because what it's going to probably do to you most of the time is end up having you descend very slowly.
Yes.
When air traffic control probably doesn't want you to do that. If they were to go, okay, descend 6,000 right now, then they don't want you to go down at like 500 feet a minute because it's trying to make it smooth. They want you to descend. Okay?
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense.
Good deal. So, descend and maintain 6,000.
Descend and maintain 6,000.
1,000.
And back into
now, does that work?
It does
FLC,
not.
right. That is a VNAV function. So
Yes.
the altitude intervened, you have to be in VNAV for that to do anything.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay. While we're descending here, let's go direct to Eddie.
Okay. So we just take Eddie from here and put it at the top.
Perfect.
Execute.
Execute. And then put us in LNAV.
LNAV. Okay.
Wonderful. So, talking about slowing down for the approach.
Yes.
The 737 is very good at using flaps to slow down for the approach. The 777 is not.
Okay.
You can use flaps to introduce drag, but this airplane will run downhill pretty efficiently. So we can take advantage of level flight and slow the airplane down just by being level for a moment. We can use the speed brakes, and if you're down low and you find that the airplane won't slow down, which does happen, just drop the gear. There's no shame in getting all that drag out there, dropping the gear down. This airplane can prove to be hard to slow down at times. So there's no shame in that game, using the speed brakes, dropping the gear, etc. So we'll just kind of keep that in mind as we come around the corner. Now on your speed tape there, do you see the little green tick that says up?
I do.
That is your minimum speed that you can be flaps up. And when you put flaps 1 out, you're going to get, as you extend the flaps, you're going to get more green ticks that have the numbers of the flap settings on them. Let's slow to 220 knots. Looks like that's a safe, clean maneuver speed right now.
Yeah. Can I ask you a quick question on the subject of slowing down?
Go.
After landing, obviously you have a choice between full reverse or idle reverse. How is that decision made?
It is, I will say that is a situationally dependent choice. If it's maybe a wet runway or something and you're concerned about being able to slow the airplane down with the wheel brakes, maybe help get the full reverse out there. Some people don't want, you might want to, I would say there are companies that say avoid running the engines up if at all possible. So maybe just idle reverse. It gives you a little bit of drag, but you're not putting stress on the engines by running them at high power settings. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. So on a dry runway, a nice day like today, generally idle reverse would be your preference. Is
just fine. Yeah,
I
don't have any problem with that. Now we're on an established VNAV path. Looks like we're about 750 feet below the profile. Let's set our missed approach altitude there at dawn, 1,800 feet, and then we can re-engage VNAV because we're vertically protected for this portion of the approach. We have altitude protections built in by the computer.
Sure.
There. Now your speed window is going to close.
Oh,
Open that back up and pull it back to 220 knots. Perfect.
Yes, it didn't hang about accelerating up to 240 again, did it?
It's very eager to close that. When you turn on VNAV, that you're giving the speed control back to the computer and it's going to accelerate you. So be aware when you do this that's going to happen every single time, and it catches everyone out. So you're not alone.
Okay.
Flaps 1.
Flaps 1.
Now look at your speed tape. Did you see 1 just appear?
I did.
That is your clean 1 speed. So that's as slow as you can go with flaps 1. That trend will continue the rest of the way down. Okay?
Sure.
And let's slow. So let's go to 200 knots.
200 knots.
And flaps 5.
And flaps 5.
As we start down, the airplane may start to run away from us, so let's go to flaps 15.
Okay. Flaps 15.
Like I said, configuring nice and early, and we have a little bit more time to think through everything as we're doing it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Quick thing, pull that heading bug all the way around. If we were to lose automation right now, if we were to lose our BTSs or something, we wouldn't want to press the heading select and have it turn us backwards towards those mountains that we were just over.
No, we wouldn't. And of course, this is something that really we should have been doing. I should have been doing all flight.
I'll give you a pass. It's your first time. You can be let off the hook this time.
Note how my initial reaction was to say "we" as if you had some control over my heading bug there. I've never instructed this way before in my life by purely talking, so this is a bit of a mental exercise for me. I bet,
find
it
interesting. Speed 180, please.
180. And if we wanted to, could we be allowing the VNAV to manage our speed here, or would it not do that very well?
It wouldn't do that very well. Okay. The Boeing procedure, if I'm not mistaken, is to be in speed intervene this entire time. Okay. So it might work, but I've never flown it that way, so I can't give you a good answer.
No, that's interesting.
That's the beauty of flight simulation, isn't it? Experiment and find out if it works, and then
I'm trying to think. I might. 777 the flight sim way.
That's right.
I think in the past in P3D I've always used VNAV speed, so it's a bit of a revelation to be manually controlling it until that's what you're meant to do. All good learning experiences.
Indeed. Okay, so you can go all the way to flaps 20 in this airplane, and the landing gear alerter won't get angry at you.
Okay.
So let's go to flaps 20 now.
Flaps 20.
So to 160.
Why is it jumping about like that? Interesting.
Just
because
a
I was
little
in the
mouse
middle.
acceleration, perhaps.
Yeah. Maybe.
Oh, maybe that. I don't know. So let's talk a brief second about our altitude window. We have it at 1800 right now because we're coming downhill to our final approach point, and we don't want the plane to level off before that.
Yes.
Our missed approach for this is going to be 3,000 feet.
Yes.
So once we're about 500 feet below 3,000, we can just set 3,000, and then the altitude window will be out of the way because it'll be up above us. Does that kind of make sense?
I think so.
And if the missed approach is maybe lower than the final approach point or something strange like that, like LA, I think the missed approach is only at 2,000 feet, so you don't really have that time.
Yeah.
Then you can just set touchdown zone elevation until such a time as you're about 500 feet below your missed approach altitude.
Okay.
Okay? Good. So since that's 3,000, we'll set 3,000 once we get to 2,500 feet.
Okay. See, I would have assumed that would start us climbing again, but it won't because we're on the RNAV approach.
Because we're on VNAV path.
Yeah. VNAV path.
We're in VNAV path mode right now.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Let's go gear down.
Gear down.
And then we'll wait for that gear indication above the flap handle there to indicate that they're down. Otherwise, it'll, if you go to flaps 25 anytime before that's green, the airplane will make a very fun sound at you.
Okay.
It takes a minute for the gear to swing on this airplane. So there we go.
Right.
Down, gear down.
2,500.
Telling you you're 2,500 feet above the ground. That's very good.
Yeah. So we can
Flaps
go up to
25.
3,000. Flaps
We can go to
25.
3,000. Good. You're right on it.
Right. So that's the
Perfect.
missed approach.
See, we're still in
sorted.
VNAV path. We're still tracking downhill. Everything's fine.
Yep.
Okay. And then let's go flaps 30, and we'll accomplish a landing checklist as we flaps 30, slow your speed bug down, and then we'll do the landing checklist.
Okay. Flaps 30.
And then set that magenta bug just right on top of the word rep, and that's +5 knots.
Ah, okay. That's a useful tip. So just there.
Just like that. Yep.
Okay. Grand.
Flaps 30, landing checklist.
Landing checklist. So
We need
back
to
to
arm our
checklist.
speed brake.
Ah, yes.
Yes.
There we go. Speed brake armed.
Landing checklist complete.
Landing checklist.
And you can just go back to engine page.
Okay.
And then let's look out the window and watch this thing fly this little left-hand weave.
Yes.
This all new, apparently.
Yeah. It's not clear to me looking out the window why there's a need for this weave.
If I'm not mistaken, everyone is familiar, right, with the videos of San Francisco where the two planes are coming down final right next to each other at the same time.
Yes.
They keep those planes as far apart as they can until the last moment.
Ah,
And
okay.
so this weave is you actually getting us, because they go, okay, we can't have you not on the center line anymore.
Yes.
So they have you weave in from outside, and that's why we do have to kind of cut in like this.
Right,
Now,
okay.
if it were a busy day, there would potentially be another little airplane directly off your left wing right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
Okay, 1,000. So we're getting lined up. We've got our landing checklist complete. We've got our missed approach altitude set. I think it's about time for you to hand fly this puppy. What do you think?
Okay. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. What's
All
the
right.
worst that can happen?
That's famous last words. Okay. There's a tendency in Boeing airplanes to get high as you come down the approach path.
Yes.
So I wouldn't say just like push and get low, because then we'll have the opposite problem, but just be
Yeah.
very aware of the fact that you're going to have a tendency to get high. I don't know
Yeah.
why. Everyone does it.
And we leave the auto throttle engaged until touchdown, is that right?
400.
Yep, it does a very good job handling your thrust through the flare.
Okay. So I've got a little low here.
Yep.
300.
I really don't want to mess this up. It's an anxious time.
Oh, no worries. Just remember, 30 feet, check your descent rate, and let it settle.
Yeah.
200.
Doing well. Looking great. A little low.
100.
Yeah.
50. 30.
Right, check
20.
the descent rate like
Okay.
that.
All right.
Ah,
Get those reversers out.
there we go. A bit of reverse.
Do in reverse. Now everything is just decelerating. The reversers are helping a little bit. The auto brakes are helping a little bit. Everything's just slowing down beautifully.
Yeah.
There's
And when do
about
we
80
disengage the
knots.
auto brake?
Go those reversers, and you can turn off the auto brakes about there.
Okay, so it's a double tap on the brake pedals in this sim apparently to disengage
In the sim.
auto brakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Double
What's
firm
our
tap.
what's our next high speed left coming up here? Is that
I'm
Quebec?
not sure. It could be Quebec.
Let's go for that. Slow her down.
And I'm afraid that I'm experiencing that brake failure that I talked about before we started
Are we
recording.
really? Oh dear, oh dear. Let's get those reversers out. Oh, unlock the reversers there. Is it really brake failure?
Yeah, there's nothing happening. No
Okay,
action.
use
at
those
all on the
reversers
brake.
then, yeah. This is a bit atypical, isn't it? But
It's
that's
very
just getting it
atypical.
slowed down. It'd
Yeah.
be such a shame to lose it after that beautiful approach to
It
landing.
would. We're definitely using that take. I don't care if we end up
Yeah.
in a terminal building now.
Alright, then let's see.
Well, that was very exciting, wasn't it? That was
Oh,
most
too
unusual.
exciting, perhaps.
We've got a few little messages up on our ICAS, which have come about since spawning on the runway with the engines running and loading the panel state from after landing, which we saved just after everything went wrong. Just ignore them for now. What we're going to do is taxi in. Remember, this is a pre-release build, and pretend that everything went absolutely fine all the way through.
I think that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. So what do? We're off the active. What do we
Or
want
the
to do to
active,
clean
get
them
it
up?
going nice and straight so that while we're heads down here, we don't drift off into the grass.
Yep.
There. Okay. Quick, easy little after landing flow for you. Overhead panel first.
Overhead panel first. Yep.
Anti-ice. If we needed to turn it on because there was ground contamination, we would set it to on manually right now, which is just above your lights there, but we don't.
Yeah.
So anti-ice can be in auto.
Yeah.
We can turn our lights back off
Okay.
and get those configured for taxi, landing, turn off, strobe, and wing.
Strobe and wing. Okay.
Okay, perfect. Now let's look at our, we can turn off our flight directors if you don't like to have those little bars telling you to go nowhere.
Okay.
Okay, auto brake can come to off.
Auto brake to off.
Look down, speed brake lever stowed, flaps
Okay.
retracted,
It is. Flaps will retract now.
and then transponder can come to XPDR.
There we go.
Perfect. Okay. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Let's see. It's DCAS off. That one we expect. You can just hit
Yeah.
recall and make
Yeah,
all those
okay.
little ugly yellow messages go away.
Yeah. There we
But
are.
know that if you do press recall again, they will come back.
Sure. Sure.
So
Okay.
they're just hiding, waiting for you.
And we've got a non-normal
see,
checklist.
Checklist non-normal. So see, that's why we stow those messages, is because we immediately noticed when we had a new one. That was
Yes.
actually a very good demonstration of
It
why we do
was.
that.
It was. Couldn't
It's just
have planned it
telling you
better.
that it's going, hey, idiot, there's checklists that you haven't done yet,
Yeah.
which we're just going to not do because
Yeah.
they're unrealistic.
Yeah.
So let's see, where does British Airways park here?
They park
Where are we going?
round at the international terminal. This particular flight, I checked earlier, parked at, I think it was gate Alpha 10.
Alpha
And yes, but because
Okay.
this uses null aero, we don't really have to bring up the GSX window and ruin everyone's immersion. Not that there's much immersion left after the brake failure, but still, take what little wins we can.
Hey, you know, we had that thing stopped pretty much coming off the runway, so I think we're the heroes in this scenario.
I think you're right.
We had a brake failure and we got it stopped, so that's give yourself a pat on the back. And we didn't even have to go off into the EMAS.
No.
That's a win.
You're right. We are heroes. That is the takeaway message from this whole video.
That's the correct attitude to have.
Yeah.
Look at this scenery.
It's absolutely spectacular, isn't it? Mia has excelled himself. This is definitely their best yet. And I used to fly in here all the time in P3D, mostly in the 7.4, but also in the 777. And I think this was always been my favourite long haul flight, Heathrow to SFO. Partly because it's always been beautiful in every sim. Mainly because it allows you to go to bed and get a decent night's sleep while you're in the cruise.
It is.
It's the perfect
and we do that in real life too.
Yeah.
That's exactly how you do it. So, you just need a dehumidifier by your bed, and you're basically simulating being on the real airplane.
Yeah, I'll get one of those. You're right. That is the missing piece, the final missing piece. And actually, once I've got this video edited and uploaded and it's all squared away, I've got half a mind to do the return overnight. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah,
you could even live stream it and like have a camera pointed at your wall, and people could play sound effects to wake you up. It'd be a great time.
Yeah, it would. It would. That's exactly what I need. That's exactly what I need after this. I don't know. Probably by the time it's all done, I think it'll be about 18 hours of filming and editing and that. Yeah.
Everyone's going to appreciate it. I think you're doing a very good job.
Thank you. I hope so. You've been a very good instructor as well.
I appreciate that. Here we are.
Started my turn too early. I forgot everything you told me.
You'll get the feeling for it. This is a feeling thing, and then you'll go to a smaller airplane in the sim, and you'll screw it all up again, and you'll end up, way oversteer turning in a CRJ or something like that. So don't worry about it.
I'm flying my 172 tomorrow, so yeah, I could really? In real life end up in the grass. So I turn onto the runway.
And boy, I don't think your instructor would accept I've been flying the 777 on my computer as a good excuse for why that happened.
No.
Okay, let's get that APU going.
Okay, yeah, good idea.
About that time, okay?
So, to on, wait a moment, and then start.
Give it a tick, and then to start. Perfect. Ooh, she's going quick.
She is.
Lightweight. Those motors are big, and they will push you along pretty fast. So you do have to kind of be aware of that.
Yeah.
You can taxi this airplane.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's worth remembering. In terms of speeds, I can't remember. It was so long ago. But about 20 is fairly standard on a straight line, is it, for this? Or
yeah. You don't taxi around quite as quick in this airplane. In a small airplane, you're much more likely to get up into the mid 20s, maybe even a 30 occasionally.
Yeah.
But I've just noticed that everyone seems to taxi the heavy jets around a bit slower.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, go as fast as you want. Obviously, you're not going to hurt anybody in the simulator, but to keep it realistic, it's just it's a much more lumbering process, this whole thing, right?
Yes.
Once that APU is running, you're going to get a white ICAS status message on your center screen that says APU running. It's very helpful.
Right. Okay.
Make sure when you get straightened out here, turn off your taxi lights. Don't blind the poor rampers.
Oh yes, yeah.
There we go. APU running. It says, okay, we're happy. Alpha 10, here it is. Taxi light off. Look in, turn in, and park it up.
Right. So we are looking for this to be straight, aren't we? Or to appear straight.
Just about straight. Yeah, just about straight, and then give it about 2 or 3 counts to get to full deflection. And just kind of work it over, and you'll get a feel for it.
Yeah.
Might be going a little slow for it to be.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Yes, I got nervous and braked quite heavily while I was looking up at the taxi. There.
That's fine. Just a little less tiller and just let it kind of round itself onto the line is perfectly acceptable. These parking spaces seem plenty wide.
Yeah. Wait. It says, well, okay, we're in business.
There's something in the safety. Is there something in our safety diamond? That's interesting, isn't it?
Yes. The safety diamond is the bit at the top that tells you to wait, is it? Is it?
No, I'm sorry. The safety diamond is nose to wingtip to tail. If you draw straight lines, it makes a diamond around the airplane.
Ah, right, okay.
And that's like, you know, the high risk area of ground equipment. Anyway, that's not the point.
There we are. There we are.
All right. Got away with it. Thought you jumped the shark there for a second.
So,
all right, we got to stop. Let's set the parking brake first. You've done it.
I have,
all right,
yes,
perfect.
I have.
Natural. You're a natural. Shut down the engines. Fuel shut-off valves to off. Fuel control valves to cut off there. Look up at the overhead panel. Turn off the seatbelt sign. And you have to go all the way to off because auto will still be on.
Yeah.
Now, let's depressurize the hydraulics and the fuel pumps. So remember, we had that specific order we turned on the hydraulic pumps on the ground.
I do, in a C.
And I said we're going to reverse that. So you start on the demand pump row on the bottom, C2.
Yeah.
You start with the middle right bottom pump, and you go off, and then you work your way left, off, one more, off, up, top, middle left, C1 electric pump off, C2 electric pump off, and then last, that bottom right electric demand pump can come to off.
Okay. So it's sort of a C, but with a couple of kicks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You just grab that last one because it was the first one you turned on, and then the last one you turned off. Fuel. Let's get our fuel pumps that are still running to turn off. Perfect. And then we can turn off our beacon light. We don't need that any longer.
Yeah, sure.
And turn off our transponder.
Spot the continuity error once more. Yeah, done.
And then let's run whatever checklist we've got in the box here.
Yes, okay. Shut down. Oh, parking brake is not sensed. Oh no, you tick it. Sorry, you tick it.
Because you might want to have the parking brake released if they've got you chalked for brake cooling or whatever your reasoning might be. So you just tick that one on this one, and checklist complete, and we're done. How about that?
Good. And the non-normal checklist is no longer a factor for whatever reason. So
it must not be concerned about it.
Yeah. Right. Let's get a little bit of deboarding underway.
Aesthetics and whatnot.
Yeah. And we'll have a little look outside. We've come all this way. It would be rude not to admire the plane from the exterior view one last time. And there we are.
It is a tremendously pretty aircraft.
It really is. It really is. Yeah. It's just impressive, isn't it, in so many ways. Anyway, there we go. It's been an absolutely mammoth flight. It's been a long time coming, lots of takes over multiple days, but honestly, you have been absolutely fantastic as an instructor, and I've learned a huge amount. No, thank you, honestly. I appreciate the amount of time you've ploughed into this. I found it incredibly helpful. I'm sure everyone watching will also have found it very useful. I'm going to have to go back and watch some of the sections again before I get the hang of everything. But this has been, probably the most epic tutorial video I've created to date, I think, on the finest, arguably the finest aircraft we've ever had for the sim. So thank you once again for your time.
Of course.
And I hope to catch up again in the near future. And everyone who has watched, who's made it all the way through to the end, or perhaps even just tuned in for the last half hour to see whether I smashed the plane into the ground or not. Either way, thank you very much for coming. Do please give the video a thumbs up, give it a like if you wouldn't mind. Subscribe to the channel. Let us know what you thought in the comments. And if you like this sort of thing and you'd like to come along to one of my live streams, you may also want to come and follow me on Twitch at twitch.tv/filbertflies. And I think that's all there is to say on the matter. Thank you once again for coming along. Take care. Bye-bye.